1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. How does the meters look? 1, 2, 1, 2. Siebes! Straight in there. Number 1. Hello. Thank you for popping by. How are thee? Good, good, good. Real talk. Hello. Oh, you get little badges now. What are these badges? Hello, Skander. Hello, Konstantin. Hello, Ralph. Hello, Jack. Hello, Subspace Jet Witch. Still a great name. Hello, Paul. Hello, Daz. Everyone good? Sound seem okay? Hello, Mystic Rapture. Hello, Mark. Hello, Jabo. Jabo. What's the plan? You don't know me very well, do you? You're assuming there's a plan? Where are we and what time is it there? We've got Ralph from Frankfurt. Hello. Danke. One of the first things we have to check out is apparently I had 2 or 3 questions. I don't know if it was on the live stream announcement, but 2 or 3 questions about the new compactor by Kilohertz. Anyone else heard about this plugin? Bitter. What is bitter? Hello, Mark. Yes, we're on Ableton. Although I try to teach things which aren't super Ableton specific, because I don't really think the software matters that much. Well, not in terms of results, it does in terms of workflow. Peter from South Shields. Oh, Ralph, you're from... Oh, it's please. Okay. The confusing bit was it just looked like a normal compressor to me. One of those compressors that has the ratio button changed to one that's called range, which is a different way of doing it, but it's ultimately the same function. Other than that, I didn't see what was different about it. Let's have a look. I've loaded Ableton 12 again so I can get used to it. So this won't be... peak, into sample peak, RMS, usual stuff. It's got a hold function, always handy, I suppose. Is that stereo independence? What does that say? Just a correlation. Yeah, it's correlation. So it's a stereo compressor that can operate on the mid or the sides. Well, side chain does. There's range, there's mix. So it's parallelable. Yeah, looks normal. I Actually, should I look at the advert for it? Seems to be the missing link between compression and ring modulation. What is that? How they're advertising it? What can it just? Is it because the release can go so fast? I thought most compressors could do that, or is it just the advertising is different? Like that company that advertised the delay that could change pitch, which is what every delay does when you change the timing. Oh, when you use it for side chaining. Not the kind of side chaining I do. The boring kick drum stuff. So it's like creative side chaining, is it? Let's have a look at their... have they done a promotional video or something? Oh, there we go. Let us...
This is Kilohertz Compactor, a specialized loudness maximizer for bigger, more efficient mixes. You know about compression, limiting, and ducking, the traditional ways of managing dynamic range in a mix? Compactor goes a step further, using one element of your mix to precisely, sample by sample, duck another by the exact amount of decibels required, so you perfectly fill your cup but never overflow. Without compression ratios or LFO shapes, you can fill every cubic micron of space in a mix every time, without waste and without making your brain steam. With Compactor, you can do clever, subtle things like ducking the sides of a bass sound with its own mid-content, so they have all the breath and headroom they need without clipping at the crucial power transient moments, or getting your drums and bass to sound impossibly loud in the mix and yet still leave space for ambience. With negative attack...
That's annoying. The video froze, but still... got the audio. Let's try again. Let's load it from YouTube itself, not the Kilohertz website. Do I have a go-to for transparent hard clipping, Nate? Hello, Lost Boy. Hello, Red King. No, because clipping is inherently not transparent. If you're coming from my How Not to Master videos...
This is Kilohertz...
1 second. So... let me just watch this first. I will answer your question in a moment.
Compactor, a specialized loudness maximizer for bigger, more efficient mixes. You know about compression, limiting, and ducking, the traditional ways of managing dynamic range in a mix? Compactor goes a step further, using one element of your mix to precisely, sample by sample, duck another by the exact amount of decibels required, so you perfectly fill your cup but never overflow. Without compression ratios or LFO shapes, you can fill every cubic micron of space in a mix every time, without waste and without making your brain steam. With Compactor, you can do clever, subtle things like ducking the sides of a bass sound with its own mid-content, so they have all the breath and headroom they need without clipping at the crucial power transient moments, or getting your drums and bass to sound impossibly loud in the mix and yet still leave space for ambience. With negative attack times up to 10 milliseconds, you can even get ahead of the signal, either direct or on the sidechain, to soften distortion or creatively scoop and sculpt like a customizable clipper or limiter. Kilohertz Compactor. Get it now for free as part of the...
Yeah, for me, it's still... this is just all normal compression things. Apart from... oh, it made it sound... is the attack always negative? Oh, okay, so that's different. That is different. Okay. Slightly different. Okay, what do I think of David Guetta? I didn't know Nicky Romero and David Guetta had done a new mastering VST. Given the fact that I don't master my tracks when I release them, I just release them as is, makes sense that it wouldn't be on my radar. So my initial thoughts are it's probably completely unnecessary. I'll have a look at it though. You found what SAR standard clip is very clean, but 64 times oversampling. Okay. Can only do offline though, right? Well, I just clip at the DAW's output stage. I don't actually have to turn a clipper on. I've not actually looked into how oversampled clipping works because, technically clipping does introduce an infinite series of harmonics, with it being a square wave. They go on forever. So I suppose the oversampling is just there to negate the inevitable aliasing, right? So it would make sense, but ideally you don't want to be clipping for any length of period at all that you could detect any clipper. So the notion of a transparent clipper to me is a bit ridiculous. It's a bit like saying I think this is one of Bob Katz's phrases to steal it, but yeah, it's a bit like saying she's a little bit pregnant. It's either clipped or it's not clipped. You know what I mean? The only thing that determines how much you can hear is how fast it is. Do I ever look into splicing drum loops? All the time. All the time. In fact, I think I did it on some of these actually. I had to get tracks to match other tracks, so sometimes I'll slice the loop up to make it match the groove of the main beats. In terms of slicing up loops in the normal dance music I do, not this kind of stuff. Yeah, I do sometimes. Comes in handy on garage and stuff. I've got these strange lines on the graphics. Oh, it's gone away. Do I have a Spotify playlist? Actually, I don't really bother making playlists. It's probably a very old. At one point, the idea of a lot of the tracks I made was I would make instrumentals and get people to top line them, or hope people would top line them, and then tag me. But not many people did that. Let's have a look. Would they be visible on my profile? I might have to do them via Spotify for Artists, right? Not sure. In other words, probably no. Yeah, that's not my. I'm not technically logged in as the artist on that. Hi, Spruce. Was this? Yeah, I was just saying I got a lot of comments to check this out. Yeah, Nate, you work the opposite way to me. You're nearer the clip to zero kind of method, whereas I just let the master do it because there's no point adding extra harmonics to then clip the clipping. That just gets really dangerous really fast when you start combining multiple distortions. Now that's a recipe for messy aliasing. Yep, Subspace. That's what they've been doing for a few decades, clipping the converters. Technically, you can get aliasing in extreme cases, but the oversampling built into the converter is so high, 128 minimum usually. It's extremely unlikely. Hello, DJ Willie. From Spain, welcome. Don't know if it's on live streams normally, but your voice is not sidechained to the music. What now? Or it's annoying you mean? Hello, Frederic. Thanks, Real Talk. Yeah, me and my manager were talking about pure moods the other day, and we were helping a fellow musician work on a project for South Asian traditional music. So we had a lot of samples that wouldn't really fit into dance music stuff. So we're like, let's give some new age track a go. Get our Enigma on. Yes, it's supposed to be ducking. Yeah. It's mostly for later in the stream. If I end up playing back a really loud piece of music, I've got it set up here. I'll just put all the music in a group and then sidechain it from my voice. Hi, Paul. Yeah, we're just I'm answering questions while in the back of my mind I'm trying to think of no, I'm a piano is not 2020's new age. No, I wouldn't describe it as that at all. I've mashed it up with a new age kind of thing. With this is a Pakistani classic vocal called Awara Hoon. It's just I thought the vocal was. I've done a drum and bass version as well. Awara Hoon. Anyone from Pakistan or? I'm sure anyone from India would know this track as well. Well, not this version, but when the vocal comes in, you'll recognize it. I'm a piano, I suppose. I mean, this version is very new age because I've chilled it out with the piano. Normally it's quite raw. very rhythmic. Did I make these tracks in the previous stream? No. No, this is what normally happens on a Monday. I meet up with my manager. We make 2, 3 or 4 tunes and then release them. And then if I can think of anything to teach based on what we did, or anything he flags as being useful, then it becomes the subject of a video maybe. I've just put these on for background for now, while I answer some questions. What did I see earlier? Yeah, I'm a big deal. Hello, by the way. Yeah, Paul. I'm a big deal has just answered your question. If you're talking about compactor as a side chainer for tradition, the way we would typically use it, like kick and bass side chaining in dance music, no, it's not. Not for that. This song is annoying you. Okay, David, not for you. All good. I did mostly just sample the chorus hook. It's very hard to make Indian vocals fit in anything that revolves in 4s and 2s and 6s, even numbers. They like to just follow the lyrics and do things in 3, 5, 6, 7s, any kind of random lengths. Or maybe they're not random, I just don't understand the structures. The lack of kick on the one makes it difficult. Oh, I'm a piano. Yeah, it can be. That one I just did there, the kick on the one. Sometimes I have the kick on the one. It's very different from 4 on the floor. Grooves, obviously. Very different leans. There's a lot of implied kicks as well. How do you know non-English vocals or non-native are explicit if you don't speak the language? I don't. Most of these aren't. Well, the first one wasn't spliced. Sorry, this one is spliced. But this is for an Indian project, so these aren't released yet. Sorry, Pakistani project, technically. It's South Asian, I suppose. So it will be all of the Bangladesh, Pakistani, Indian, I think. Actually, I've not been told where these are going to get used yet, if at all. It's all just at the idea stage. So I will be told if any of this is explicit or inappropriate or in the wrong language, because I can't hear the difference between Punjab and Hindu that well versus Pakistan or so yeah, I'll be told soon enough which ones we'll be using. He didn't realise you were on that account. Hello, Jürgen. Jürgen? I'm not sure what. It's a soft J, hard J. It is, yes. Directly Enigma, this one, Nate. might have actually applied a limiter on these, by the way, guys. I don't normally limit, but sounds like something from the movie Slither. Slither? I don't think I remember that one. Is that old, new? What is for the vocal? You mean microphone? Jürgen? What are you asking there, sorry? The vocal in the track or my vocal? Oh, late 90s Sliver. Was that what? I'm getting vague recollections. You prefer the Prodigy school of sampling over the Puff Daddy school of sampling. Yep, I'm with you on that one. Whoops, why did I delete? What have I? We just need random tunes for a minute. I'm trying to think of what I could use compactor for. It's interesting that the attack is only a look ahead. Although technically aren't all attacks? No, I suppose attacks are late. So it's not possible for this to miss 0. Is that the case? We need to test. I just need to test something, don't I? Quickly. Let's get a drum beat loop or something. And then sidechain it to a bass or something, and then a held bass or something. I just want to check the transient response. What am I doing? Let's get a. What do I fancy? Let's get. Have we got any? I want something very transient. That's all compressed to hell. Might be a transient one in here. Too soft. Too crushed. Oh. Okay. These snares got a great crack, but something with. Let's just see what I've got in. None of these kicks are. Oh. Okay, for some reason that's got. It's already been compressed, but the left the transients ahead, so we can see if that one's been. That will act as a good sidechain or not. Let's just add. Doesn't matter what it is. Why have we got no plugins in the list? How do I distinguish between which one's VST3 and which one's VST? Oh, is it actually? Oh, I just need better eyes. That is a 2 and a 3 written on them, isn't it? That's very small for my aging eyes. Let's just make the most boring. I just want to test this. So we sidechain in from track 5. Not working. What's going on? What am I doing wrong? Do I have to send it to inputs 3 and 4 manually? Anyone use this in Ableton yet? Oh, sorry. I turned it off. There we go. Thank you. Professional here. So what they're advertising is it can be effectively instant. For that kind of function, I'd probably rather use a spectral sidechain though. Interesting. And without the drums, we would get... So if you say, yeah, it is fast enough to ring modulate, as Subspace was describing earlier. ISP means intersample peak. So that means the sidechain will probably internally oversampled, and then it will try to intersample peaks are basically like it's trying to, how to describe it. I need a notepad I can draw on, or I'm just going to try and see if I can find the correct diagram on. Basically, when a waveform is reconstructed in like the real world, yeah, that'll do. So something like that kind of thing. If you can see there, if your two sample points happen to be coincidentally just either side of a waveform's rise and then fall, the real waveform, when it's reconstructed in the real world, interpolated on the way out, to, after analog to digital conversion, digital to analog conversion, you will end up with, or possibly end up with, a peak. It can happen in all kinds of, basically not every sample happens to land on the peak of a waveform. So in some plugins, you'll see, especially limiters, you'll see it on anything that needs to act extremely fast to the real world sound. You'll sometimes see true peaks, they might call it, or intersample peaks. It's the same thing as true peak, basically. So they usually achieve it by upsampling internally to, basically reconstruct the waveform ahead of time. And then your processor acts on that signal, not the one that's literally happening on the way in. Hope that makes sense. Oh, yep. Subspace. Already answered. In the nutshell, you can tell why I'm terrible at making short videos. Sorry about that binary solo. Unlucky. Looks like you have an emergency to attend to. Stay hydrated, people. Oh, by the way, yeah, sorry, Jurgen, I didn't notice if you followed up on your question. If you're asking about the microphone, it's my vocal, then it's a Shure SM7 is what's giving it that sound. A Shure SM7, extremely close up. It's a old school broadcast mic. Is what it is. It looks like you'll have seen them. You'll have seen them everywhere. That's the microphone I'm using. Somewhere between 300 and 400 quid. Sorry. Pounds for those who the uninitiated. That would be let's find out. About $450. Let's have a look. In USD. Go on then, Google. Do it. Thank you. Hey, not too far off. Yeah, $457. What is the exchange rate right now? 135. So that's 74. Yeah, 73 quarters. Anyway. Yeah, so if you're doing extremely aggressive genres, okay, I'll tell you what, let's just try some other compressors. Can they actually do that? Because I think they can. Let's just see what the difference is. I suppose most compressors are modeled after a classic analog S-curve is the problem. So you don't get actual instant recovery. Maybe that's... no, we don't want the sidechain EQ on. We want instant response, peak, and then... I suppose... Okay, so it lets you do sub 1 millisecond release times above the Ableton stock compressor. So yeah, it is for... I mean, anything below kind of 30 milliseconds, you're in the range of, especially on bass sounds, you start hearing the intermodulation distortion, i.e. ring modulation, as Subspace was talking about. So usually a fast release on a compressor is not desired. So they've kind of gone the other way with this. They've done that on purpose. Well, I mean, they both sound as rough. The release on this is definitely, I mean... interesting. You don't typically want any attack on a side chain. Well, not a lot. So that makes sense. Yeah, it's purely sidechain compressor, really. So yeah, I'm getting to understand its purpose a little more. But yeah, it's for extremely aggressive genres. So if you're doing dubstep, tear out, drum and bass. Who was asking about drum and bass earlier? Sorry. No Path of Exile stream. We can do if you want. If nobody's got any music questions, we can just play Path of Exile. Oof. Red King, hello, 9.99. Thank you very much. What do we have here? Could you please elaborate on the scale degree relationships in your beginner chord Q&A 2 video, but in the context of writing riffs, and where's the best place to place those notes rhythmically? Ow, wow, okay. Whew. Scale degree relationships from my beginner chord video Q&A 2. Let me remind myself what that video was. Just looking at one of my old videos. I think I remember it was from here's a question. Do I get demonetized by my own video? We'll soon find out, won't we? Scale degrees in the context of writing riffs. So that's this video. Just confirm this is the I think it's the only one I've done called that, so it must be this one, right? Scale degree relationships. So you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In the context of writing riffs and melodies. All right, because this is all chords. I see. Right, sorry. It made less sense when I was just watching it as text. The rhythmic.
Possible to try.
The rhythmic question is a separate one. Was there a particular point of this where I was talking about?
My videos is just general music theory. It's not specific. Vibrates at 440 times a second.
Talking about vibrators,
but for different reasons. 145 is more often used at the composition stage.
Okay, that's the chord. Yeah, I remember 145. Different chords for different sections. I remember that question. Borrowed chords, yes. Chord substitutions. The vocal chopping thing. Oh, right. Is it this section? The mixed in key 238. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Right. Chord functions. Right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good question. Well, do they have a function in terms of melody? I suppose they do. Let us do a quick. Let me just put this bass line on some 16ths and on a less annoying sound. We'll leave that. Oh, I've got both side channels. Let's just filter this and do a. I'm just going to put a melody over the top of this for what it's worth. I'm just going to make this into some kind of pluck thing. Just so we've got a. Now, yeah, okay, so this. There's multiple layers to this question. We have can I get a kind of trancy pluck thing? Have I got leads? Let's pick a lead. Trombone? We don't want a trombone. What's what? Wonky lead. Favorite so far. Can't use that just yet. I don't want that. Oh. We all know what that sound's supposed to be, don't we? Whether that's played, can't remember. Okay. Well, I've got piano as well. I need to turn on it. Exclusive. It doesn't actually matter. Let me just choose this. Throw some. I'll just use the internal effects for now. Let's just throw some verb and delay on. Long. Why not ping pong? Let's make sure the bass. Let's do bass on A, so I can describe everything in A, because C is going to be. It's just so we've got the basis to put a melody over. So the degrees of the scale and how they relate to, because it does. The thing that changes is obviously the chord underneath matters. It's definitely the subject of a video, I think, because I've not thought about it in these terms. Like you can keep. Let me just add some more attack to this bass. Or is it just literally this that's... That's not a true range control, by the way. Duplicate. I'm still trying to get used to Ableton 12. Can anyone put... Oh, they've put it up here. You can program a melody on one note, and then because the bass is changing, the function of the melody changes, doesn't it? Let's just go down the scale. 1 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Because if your melody is on one, oh, I've made a terrible error here. Let's just put some release on this. The filter being too low has made it sound out of tune. Yeah, the context of your melody scale degree versus the chord it's over. Let's reread your question. Writing riffs and melodies. I suppose, are you talking about riffs and melodies that don't exist over chords? That we need to establish that first, don't we, Red King? Not necessarily over chords. Oh, okay, right, okay. So, yeah, let's just... Actually, let's program a bass line. Melody, riff. Same thing, isn't it? Somebody did actually ask a very good question recently about putting chords to bass lines as well. I need to think about a video on that. I need a tiny bit of swing on that thing. So, random riff number 1. How do the scale degrees affect things? So you've got your planters. Again, depends if your riff is over a bass line at all, because this doesn't necessarily have to be the case. Hang on, just let me. While I this is going to be very tangenty because I can't really collect my thoughts in one place on this. Hopefully you can cling on for dear life as I just try and explain things as they come to my mind. So what I was about to explain there is the melody never has to return to the 1, so you don't have to have a planter. Like, let's just put something on 5 and 6 of the chords. I mean 5 and 6 of the scale. Terrible, but you know, you get the idea. So that's just on 5 and 6. What are the functions of the notes? I mean, they're definitely not the same types of functions as the chords. Chords inherently imply a lot more because you know, they have all of the harmony contained within, right? Because that's kind of their function. They have all the notes there. Riffs have implied harmony, right? So I've got a bass on the 1. This riff is just on 5 and 6. And depending on which 6 I choose, actually depends on whether you hear it as minor or whether you hear it as major. Even though technically none of those are the major third. So there is technically there's still a chord implied here. So you have to be aware of if it's a riff over a bass line, if not. If it's a riff on its own like this, here there's still chords implied, right? Even though I suppose this is specific to a bass line. It's different to yeah, God, oh God, it is a deep question because it's all different kinds of riffs. It's very open-ended. Like an acid riff would be all over the place and possibly atonal, i.e. not in scale. This bass line has chords implied as 3 and 4, 1, but it doesn't have to be. You could put I suppose my general thoughts on melodies, and you did mention rhythmic placement, which is important in melody. Like I would call this a planter, for example. Imagine this, doesn't matter whether it's high up or a couple of octaves up as a melody. Again, over the boring bass line. And the functions would be, yeah, plant on home on a what I would call a strong rhythmical place. So even if it doesn't have to be beat 1 because it depends on your groove. Your groove might start here halfway through the bar or something. But yeah, so there's no given strong rhythmical place. It depends on your groove. But for example, I'm picking beat 1 here because with the groove, this groove has the you know, the open hi-hat and stuff. 1. It's definitely a strong 1. Anyway, so your planters tend to go on strong beats. and they don't have to be home notes. They're kind of just like, they don't have to be note 1 literally. It just has to be the home of the melody. And then the opposite of a home note is kind of a passing note. So some other notes, again, no rules really. This is just some other note to take you away from there so you can go back to there. That's all these are. I'm not saying this is a good melody. I'm just super quick example. Yeah, it's quite an open-ended question. It deserves a full video, to be honest. There's too many scenarios. It's all kind of, what's your groove? What's your genre? Is it like a riff on its own? Is it in the entire riff that carries the track? Like a hybrid bass lead thing where there's no actual distinctive bass part, and it's just kind of either rumbles or sub bumps or tom groove or something. Or is it an actual top melody that goes over a bass line? Those things change all of the context. But in terms of your actual question, do the scale degrees relate to anything? No, not really. You still got your general bread and butter rules, like the 1 is always going to sound solid unless your chords are particularly evasive of 1. Things like that. But think of it as kind of planted notes versus strong notes versus passing notes, or something like that is probably how I would think about it. Yeah, melody is an elusive one. I mean, if there was a formula for it, then we'd all be writing hits, right? Because sometimes, have you ever had one of those earworms, those hooks that you just hum for? Like I tell you what, I've been humming for the last however many weeks. I really like this guy's stuff. Has he done a YouTube version? He has. Okay. The guy that turns terrible Tinder conversations into music tracks. The chorus on this is stunning. But it's half to do with the lyrics, I suppose.
You have any kids? Yes, I have one daughter.
Baby
How
Shark.
about you? How many baby daddies do you have, if you don't mind me asking? Ellipses. I have one daughter. I understand that it's easy by saying father. I have one daughter. I understand that it's easy by saying father.
I've been singing that for about 3 weeks.
I don't understand.
And that's just... What key we in? D sharp major. So it's just 1 3 5 6 5. Sorry, that would be beat 1 there. Right, so melody is this elusive thing. It's like what is so... Obviously, it's a context, it's a chords, it's a production, it's the lyrics, it's the story as well as the actual notes. But I could not tell you a single thing why that melody has been... Those 4 notes have been stuck in my head for 3 weeks. I just could not tell you. I don't know. Simple melodies in general, yeah, do get stuck. But it's one of those things, it's try it and see, because I bet you 1,000 simple melodies that you write will not get stuck. It's one of those things that sounds and seems so easy, yet is so hard to actually pull off. This is why, when anyone disrespects pop music or uses that term as a kind of slur or derogatory term, the answer is always go and do it then, because it's not easy. Yeah, so you're all going to be singing that for several weeks. Actually, let me know. I reckon some people will find that will find that a hooky melody, and some people might not. I know it's done quite well. He's the first track he's made an extended version of, not just a short, so it must have had a good response. I agree, Nate. You can use a major third with a flat 6, one of my favorite modes. Mixolydian flat 6. Aside from copyright, could be cool to design a video around clever note choices over chords that you might not expect, like deadmau5 does. Yeah, it's a good question. Good idea for a video. We have to be careful not to get too... Well, this is my professional brain firing again right now. So I was about to kind of... douse your fire of enthusiasm, piss on your chips, as the British would say. I was about to dive in there with... remember that it's not deadmau5's weird chords that got him a mansion, right? You know, when you're referencing someone for success, you have to be careful about understanding where the success came from. So deadmau5 didn't actually, most people didn't play his tracks in clubs. Only he did. And they don't actually, in terms of streaming numbers, they're not right up there. And this isn't me. I love deadmau5's work. My current Rocket League goal theme is Strobe, one of my favorite tracks. Strobe, love it. So I'm not putting the guy down, but his success comes largely from he's a social media expert. So what I was just trying to say from a professional context, be careful of like trying to emulate weird chords for weird chords' sake, thinking that because deadmau5 did it, that would be successful, kind of thing. That's where I was going with that. Sorry, but I mean, obviously, if you want to have fun, is goal number one, I suppose. So you still have to. It's good to play around with and learn, but yeah. About every 10 minutes throughout the rest of the stream now, you'll probably hear me go, do, 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 do. And I'm sorry in advance. The good news is the stream didn't get turned off. Like last time I showed a YouTube video. The production played with your dopamine. You'll have chords on Ghosts and stuff, yeah. Any tips on writing 16+ bar chord progressions like Goriella? I don't know these. Do I know Tiesto Forever Today? Is that a later Tiesto track? I can't remember. Alex Moore, Thwart the Edge. I'll have to listen to them. Is it time to get... Well, I think we've already been demonetized, right? So we can have a listen to those. Right. Sorry, I'm just reading Red King's reply. Julian Earl got you thinking about the question because he would bang out great sounding riffs and explain it's just 156. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So just to kind of wrap up the idea on this. Does anyone remember Stadium X and how they were sued for what was the track? Oh, I forgot. I've had a brain blank. If I play it should be in my. Oh, it's not in there. Oh, damn. No. Oh, I did do a recreation of it. Okay. It'll do in the meantime. Anyone remember this track? Yeah, that one. So they were sued by, is it Afterlife? I can't remember the name of the group. But it's just the original just goes. I think it's just this. Obviously, we're in a different tempo. Sorry, but so the original riff's just that. It's on a very similar sound, pokey, sort of trancey thing. But it's just a 1-5-6 riff on the what we call a Latin Tresillo 3-3-2. I know that Tresillo just means triplet in Spanish, but what they call a Tresillo isn't really a triplet. Anyway, so it kind of became its own thing. But yeah, so whereas the Stadium X riff goes something like that, just 1-5-6-7-6-5. It might start there actually, octave. Yeah, so yeah, and Stadium X had to. It wasn't like they just had to pay out. I think they had to actually remove the track. It never got released. It was probably previewed. Then they took legal action, and then anyway, I can't remember the people that told them to take it down. But yeah, that kind of that dark 1-5-6 vibe. I showed it a little bit in the Tech House Maupi thing as well. There's a little bit of in that. If you start including your Phrygian 2, you get Maupi. Whoops, don't record. I just want to mute. Sounds like a good techno line. Anyway, yeah. So where I was going, sorry, was the 1-5-6 in minor, especially, is really, really, really common in trancey, techno-y, tech kind of vibes. So that's kind of a genre context. It's obviously super strong in general. It's not just those genres. It will cross over most places, pop as well. But when it comes down to really simple riffs, those are kind of your primary note choices. As for why, something about 5 and 6 just sounds kind of dark, I suppose. As long as you resolve after at some point, because you can't just keep the 6. You have to either have a 5 or a 1 in there to insinuate resolving to the 1 chord, which would be that, obviously. It's a bit like you're insinuating chord 6 because it has the same other 2 notes as chord 1, chord 6. So it could be it could be strong for insinuated harmony reasons. Sorry, implied harmony, not insinuated. Is it implied, insinuated? Are they the same thing? I'm having a terrible day for clarity of thought. I presume that's what he meant by 165 anyway. Kind of thing. But yeah, Nate, as Nate says, are you sure he was talking about scale degrees or chord degrees? He was writing a bass line. Okay. So that does change things. Yeah, so that's the bass line. Well, so we might as well talk about this because I did have a recent question and I will be doing a video on this. So I need to kind of bring my thoughts together anyway. So let's make that a bass line. And let me just put a random kick drum down. Where's sounds gone? Not that random. Give me something with an actual bit, some attack. Ugh, not that much attack. All right, not just any old kick drum. I want something neutral. It'll do. It'll do. Can you hear the my mini PC's fan is going mental right now. Can you guys hear that? I can see it's 87 degrees. Oops, too low. Ew, why are we distorting? It's because it's over 0. There we go. Take the velocity off. Ooh. My stream disappeared. Let us sidechain from Le Kick. So the question is, this does confuse a lot of people, and quite rightly so. So this is a bass part on 165, right? Do you treat this 165 as chords 1, 6, and 5? Because the bass does, and I've said this in quite a few tutorials now, the bass does dictate the chords. Or do you treat this as a melody? And therefore, my instinct would be, if it is a melody, this is just chord 1. Or chord 6. Doesn't matter. But imagine you were to put a stab above it occasionally. Let me make this chordable. Oh no, a cheap guitar sounding. Yeah, I've had quite a few questions asking me like how to chord that. Not that necessarily that kind of bass line, but bass lines in general that move. Bass lines that are melodic. And whoops, wrong EQ. I can see why people would be confused. Does anyone else have this problem? Because if the bass line's more like something like that, that's more obvious. Isn't it? To me, that is chord 1. And I mean, I suppose newcomers would still be confused whether they need to chord these as 6 and 5. And again, I've not really formulated my thoughts on what the video is going to teach yet. Again, very genre dependent. It's very genre dependent as well. So, because you can hear chord 6 will work as well, but it's less stable. Nothing that didn't stop Jamie Principle and Frankie Knuckles. But when you resolve to the 1, kind of sounds a bit more at home. But yeah, if there were chords above that, would you chord those? Would you chord that 6 and 5? Because you don't have to. Not that you would put these on the same rhythm necessarily, but just to make the point. And if you did chord them, I've done harmonic minor there, but sorry, I should be doing this in A, shouldn't I? So, just for those that don't automatically know what the notes of G minor are. What would be the rule there, I wonder? Is it just literally the speed of the chord change? It doesn't sound bad, does it? It definitely, obviously, it's a different emotion, different change. I suppose it comes down to the age-old question: who is it for? You always have to ask this question. Because as I said earlier, yeah, Red King, implied harmony. That bass line alone, even though there is no chord information there, because you've played more than the fact that 6 is involved is important. If you include 3, 6, or 7, straight away you have implied more. Actually, I suppose this is where the scale degrees are more important well, somewhat important. If you're thinking about it in terms of implied harmony, scale degrees 6, 7, or 3 those are the 3 difference notes between major and minor. Whereas 1, 2, 4, and 5 are the same in major and minor. So as soon as you put one of those in your riff, for whatever reason, obviously we're not going into which ones, why you would choose, but again, it's just try and see, I suppose. Trial and error. Do you like it? Do you not? If you end up with a 3, 6, or 7 in the melody, you imply instantly a minor or a major overall tonality. So even just that as a bass line, in the background of the listener's mind, I believe you are implying minor. Now, as was it Nate said earlier, you can have flat 6 and a major chord. There are scale, more rare scales. This one's called a Mixolydian flat 6. which would be 1, 2 sharp. Well, 1, 2, major 3, 4, 5, minus 6, 7. That would be mixed leading flat 6. So you could have a major. But nine times out of 10, I think in the background of your mind, if you hear that bass line, you're hearing that. Kind of. Again, it's a subconscious thing. You're not literally hearing a chord. It's the overall color of the, the mood of the that's painted. So yeah. Thanks for the question. Sent me off on quite the tangent there. I'm just scrolling back up because I've not been watching the chat as I stared at the screen trying to get my thoughts together. Insinuated and implied are the same. Oh, good, right, yeah, I thought so. It's like when you see a word written down for too many times and then you start to question whether it's spelled right. Or is that just an age thing? You never make your bass lines melodic, but you don't make house music. Yeah, is it specifically a house music thing? I suppose it's definitely more common. Look at Nate bringing out the classical words. You could use your bass as an ostinato and change the chords every bar. You can. But then you have to explain to everyone what ostinato means. It's riff, by the way. It's just riff. Yeah, have to be very select with your language when you're trying to teach people. Tangents are the order of the day. I should. Who asked me at the beginning what was the plan for today? That should be my answer always. Should be just tangents. Tangents are the order of the day. The plan. I'll leave that on the background for a second. How do I like the compactor? Yeah, I've not thought of a reason to use it yet, but I think I understand its purpose. Yeah, it's extremely fast, but it is for more filthy ring modulation, stroke, heavy squish. Nasty release vibes, basically. It doesn't instantly fit into my workflow for any reason. To who was asking about using it for normal side chaining? So yeah, to that question, I would say no, because I always want some release curve control, and that one just sounds like it sucks upwards as fast as possible. Oh. Thank you, Brady. Tale of Us. Yeah, this is long before Tale of Us. I was just explaining this was... So this was a track that was never released. Not my track. Because... Stadium X is the band. Not the track. Oh, it's Legend. I've written it there. Sorry, Stadium H Legend. So you probably only ever see... Oh, no, there's a YouTube release of it now. 5 years ago. Is this just other people uploading it? Oh, right, yeah. It's not an official upload, yeah. Yeah, it was going to go out on Sander Van Doorn's label. Before it was taken down by... no one's written it. Let me see if I can find it. Sued by... For me, it's ridiculous because it's only 3 or 4 notes. No, can't find it. But yeah, this track released about 13 years ago, I think. Maybe 10. Maybe not that far. Well, it was about to be released, should I say. Maybe it did release if it got an actual release number before it got taken down. But anyway, yeah. So way before Taylor was. Sounds like the name of a Waves plugin that fixes your mix. Yes. Speaking of which, someone said, what do you think of the new David Guetta plugin? Guetta, sorry. Mastering plugin. I didn't know David Guetta did any mastering. I know it's with Nicky Romero. Faster Master. Oh, God.
Wait. It's crazy.
Maybe it sounds even better than the original. Normally, you're like, okay, I need to presets. We'll change.
You know,
Is it AI?
it's like a
Oh, it looks like one of the
different,
Sonable
little
ones.
more,
Have they done it with Sonable?
Basically, I think
Who's
that
coded it for them?
usually the plugin knows what it's doing.
100%.
And plugin feels is the best EQ possible. Then there's a transients would be like the attack of a different one.
Whenever I go to a different preset now, it will only change.
Preset.
Yeah.
Important.
I'm not a
saying,
presets guy.
Exactly.
Because first you need to be very.
Although AI does
Yeah,
change
and it
that, I
gets
suppose.
Really scary close to your reference.
I roll
track.
my eyes at presets
So,
on compressor
out
plugins
of taste,
because it's they used to never set the threshold for you.
you
So.
have a light compression now, but you could
It will not always.
It looks just like a Sonable
Like
plugin.
experience
Let's say you have adapt
Limiter.
the volume of your preset.
Nope,
without
no limiting.
touching
Thank you.
anything. So
Okay.
just
Let's say you have other plugins
touch.
has at least 10.
Mastering the mix. Oh, it's mastering the mix. Okay. What's the one I know? Is it Fuser? Someone was mentioning Fuser a few videos ago. I think it's Fuser I know them for. Interesting. So it seems to be their bread and butter, doesn't it? No, they've got a de-resonator nonsense thing. Sure. If you need it, you need it. Hard for me to comment on, I'm afraid. I don't use mastering at all. I just release it mixed. If you use isotope trash first, you have compactor. A trash compactor. Oh, I see what you're saying. Boo. Da-dum. Shh. I get it. The concept I was thinking of is semantic citation. You'll have to remind me what the conversation was now, but anyway. Mastering the Mix is the brand, yep. David's irrelevant now, his program is out. Hey, that's not very nice. He did big things for house music. And for people who played music. DJs, I mean. I mean, technically any plugin I would release would be irrelevant because I've never done as many records as David, so. But it doesn't mean doesn't mean my life's worth of experience would not be part of the value inside of the plugin. I mean, we still love to use compressors from the 60s and 50s and 70s, don't we? So we still fetishize the sound of a good 1176. Or a good 90s compressor like a Distressor, which itself was an emulation of the 1176, actually. But yeah, I don't think that's relevant. Oh, you mean he's been replaced by his own software? Nah. Brady loves an 1176 on the drums. Yep. Don't we all? I think I only keep one these days. The one inside the slate rack. But what is the synth sound made of? Which? Oh, sorry, the video is really far behind. You mean inside the David Guetta video? Is that what we're talking about?
If you want more, think it sounds and references. This is a matter of taste. Again, the plugin chooses it for you, but if you do the type of music we want,
you mean the bass line?
Have a lot of punch in the kick,
which yours, to be honest.
On the way we create we retouch the stereo on the master. So
which is which?
We put in the plugin what we do basically.
Exactly. Yeah. But honestly, I think plugins.
You just
plugins. I think you can
always be
person
anything. So just what Faster Master did on its own.
How many tracks am I working at one time? I'm finding I have to work on about 5 for your inspiration is. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm a bit different because I work so fast that I usually see my inspiration out to the end. So although I don't know, it depends actually. Like for these for this thing for that Indian project I was working on. New age stuff. Those were done in. Have you heard me talk about the chromatic sessions before? So chromatic sessions is I work in Ableton session mode. I just have one massive big template full of sounds preloaded, and all the groups are already sidechained to the kick, etc., etc. So, and then I just load in loops and make ideas, one in every key. So I make 12 tracks at once, one for every key. And then depending on where I can find the best samples and what I have the best ideas for, basically just whatever comes together most naturally. You can really change the meters in 12, can't you? Whatever I end up having the best results with out of those is kind of the ones I proceed with first. So technically I'm working on 12 at once in those kind of sessions, but I don't always make tracks like that. But sometimes like I just see it right through in a couple of hours. The difference when you get a lot more experienced is, well, again, it depends on what your output needs to be. So I have a lot of professional responsibilities, right? So, and the beauty is I have to work with other people, other producers. So I'm either given a task, or I'm always working towards something. So the difference when you get more experienced is you know your destination. So there's very little trial and error and messing around in between trying to find good ideas and things. You just kind of, not only do you know your destination and how to get there quickly, you make a lot less moves to get there. Thinking of it like a kind of chess match, there's a lot less moves to get to the final result. So, yeah, it's but there's nothing wrong with doing it like you're doing it. Just whatever keeps, like you say, whatever keeps you inspired. If you have to keep changing the track fairly often is really good for your ear training. It stops your ears getting, as I mentioned in the reference video, if you've been on the same thing for 20 minutes, your ears have already settled on everything. So you've completely lost all context. And whatever you've been listening to for the last 20 minutes is now the normal that you'll judge everything else by, unless you go and listen to something else. So, yeah, it's definitely healthy to have quite a few things on the go. I don't recommend doing those 5 tracks for kind of like 6 months though. Ideally, I'm at the stage where if I do need to step away from a track, can I think of an example? Actually, some of these, I did not reference these tracks at all. I listened to Pure Moods on YouTube, but on a different day, because I used to own that album, and I was trying to remember what the track list was. I had to make my own Soul to Soul beats recreation to get that as well, because there was there didn't seem to be any close enough. So, well, I say I made my own. I combined quite a few loops and a few bits of my own, but so they came together slowly, and I realized, because I'd not been referencing at all, and my manager, DJ Clips, he's normally trying to get things done fast as well, so he doesn't like getting stuck around for too long, because he loses his perspective as well. So he was pushing to get things done. I realized most of these tracks were like really dull and quiet, because I'd not referenced anything. So luckily, on second listen, I spotted that and went back and just rebalanced them, changed out some kick drums, And I got lazy actually and put ozone on the end. Not excuse me, not the full plugin, the just the maximizer for as a limiter. Because they're supposed to be soft. I'm not bothered about transients in new age chill out music. So I'm not really that bothered if the kick and snare are absolutely smacking in in the track like this. So putting a limiter on was absolutely fine for that case. But yeah, I'm trying to think what's you'll see the names come up more than once when I've done a couple of passes at them. So that was all in one evening. I don't know if the resolution is high enough on YouTube, by the way. Sorry if you can see this, but nope, that's all one evening. I'm trying to think of a one I did over the course of a couple of days. That's an old track. Why did I redo that? Oh, we just had to do an arrangement. We had no. That's right. We had no 3-minute version. They were all 5+. So I had to do that one. Again, good to come back with it. Was that too? DSMT. No, it's one evening. No, I'm usually one evening. Let's see. That's just an idea. Yeah, a lot of these tracks for this Indian project have been had multiple stabs at these. Take me to paradise. I think that was a couple of sessions. Take me to paradise. Yeah, but no, yeah, it's good to keep your ears fresh. Am I DJ Clips? I've had to invent a third party alter ego to. It's not a bad idea actually. Whoever you assign the responsibility of true production to. One second, I'm just going to turn my light on. Starting to get dark in here. Yeah, it does remind you. It does remind of Sunglasses at Night, doesn't it? Did you know Sunglasses at Night is Dorian? A lot of people struggle to make that vocal fit on certain tracks because the chords won't fit because that note. That's a Dorian 6, sharp 6 in a minor key. I don't know what key the original's in, but and then he goes to the flat 6. Forgotten the lyrics, but yeah, I wear my sunglasses at night. It's a sharp 6, so I can do it. And then is a flat 6, so it's both. Oh, forgot to stop my alarm. Sorry. Let me put my phone on do not disturb. I'm supposed to do that before the stream. Yeah, so if it was in A minor, does everyone know Sunglasses at Night? I suppose it'd be this time, would it? There, it goes to a sharp 6. And then flat 6. It must be 3 then. 7, 7, 1, something like that. Very basic version of the melody. Oops, yeah. Anyway, something like that. And that chord on the sharp 6 is you've not really got many options. You can either go chord 4 as a major, which is your Dorian 4, or you can do a diminished on 6, because that resolves nicely to a proper chord 6. Whoops, that's another one. Then back up to your A minor. Oh yeah, chord 4. There. Also sounds good going to chord 6, but yeah. Anyway, sorry, you set me off there. I forgot. Used to be a great track. Who did Sunglasses at Night? I always forget. I remember the vocal far more than the original track because it was bootlegged so many times. Every DJ used to ask me, "How do I get this a cappella onto a track?" So that's why I know it so well, because they always turn to me for the musical explanation. The real Peter Griffin is in the track. Yeah, thanks for the tangent, Victor. Peter Griffin, what do you ask? Hey B, I want to say thank you for your videos. 2 years in the game helped me a lot. You're very welcome. Currently trying your no mastering technique. We were just talking about that. Good. How do you set the initial kick volume if there is no ceiling? Good question. You set it to the reference, ideally. You'll probably find your kick drum is at or close to 0, basically. It's kind of roughly where most, if it depends on the genre, etc., but if you like referencing modern dance music like I do, you'll probably find the kick drum is close to 0. Well, in terms of peak, I don't know what the solo RMS or LUFS would be for it, but just match it by ear to your reference, and you'll end up in the same ballpark. Ideally, you kind of want, I suppose, the rule of thumb, which I didn't talk about in the video, is you kind of want your sub, bass, your sub, and your kick kind of hovering around max level, peak. Just you want to get those three as close to your reference as possible, and then but without the clipping or without any audible clipping. So that's where you sort all your side chains out and your sub levels. Get that relationship together, your bass, your sub, and your kick, so they're all kind of close to being too hot, but not actually audibly distorting. and in the same area, same ballpark as your reference, and you should be good. And you just build on top of that. Oh yeah, sorry, I just realised why you were talking about 007, Nate. Yes, that was no, 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 the old John Barry. Was it John Barry composer theme? Who did the original Bond theme? I think John Barry took over, didn't he? Anyway, yeah, that's 6, flat 6, sharp 6, flat 6, and behind the do do 1 2 2 2 1 1 1 1 3 3 3 2 2 2. Speaking of melody and context that Red King was on about, the scale degrees. The Bond one's a good one because that's all just 1 note, 1 2 and 3, but that chromatic harmony underneath it, the 5 6 sharp 6 flat 6 5. I'm not a very good singer, sorry, by the way. But you'll get the idea. No, 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 no. That changing behind the do 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 do. Depending on where that flat 6 sharp 6 is behind the 1 and 2, changes its kind of emotional response or whatever. It's context, emotional context. Yeah. If you're making bass music, yeah, true. Yep. Subspace. Often in drum and bass or dubstep, even some bass house, the kick is actually lighter than the sub because they're not going for rhythmic dominance. They usually leave that to the upper bass and mids for transients, and then it's all just flappy sub with a lot less side chaining, or side chain for kind of shock value's sake instead of actual rhythmic sake. Monty Norman. Yeah, so John Barry took over. Yeah, sorry, yeah, that's it. Thank you, Joe. How about true peaks before and after? Actually, someone just questioned, I noticed. Did someone ask, do I export in 24 or 32? Lazy Cat. Should I bounce in 24-bit or 36 float? Have you got an extra 4 bits above the rest of us, Lazy Cat? What software is that? Is that Reaper or something? Can you set custom bit depths which aren't 32 or 64? Sorry, I'm poking fun. I presume you mean 32 bits float. 36 doesn't exist. Not that it matters. I know exactly what you were talking about. Semantics. It depends what you need to do. If you're releasing, then most places don't accept 32-bit float. So the highest you can go is 24 fixed. Well, 24 integer, I've been informed, is the correct terminology. But just, 24-bit, not float, let's say. If you're mixing something down for storage, so you want it in the original purest form, 32 float you can hold your hold it in 32 float, and then you can just, that way you don't need to add dither to it, because it will be at the native bit rate of the software usually. That reminds me, actually, I've never, anyone here working Reaper at 64 bits? I presume do you have to dither down to 32 if that's the case? Does it automatically do that? Because the rule is you have to add dither as soon as you go down, as soon as you go down in bits, right? Bit depth. If you reduce the bit depth, you have to add dither to stop kind of the equivalent of clipping at the opposite end of the scale. Thank you, Scandagala. Hello. You're very welcome. Gold mine. My track is a gold mine. Thank you. Sorry, channel is a gold mine. Joe's only just switched to Reaper. What were you on, Joe? Given that most even the best digital to analog converters can't achieve up to 24-bit bandwidth in terms of analog signal to noise ratio, real sound versus the noise floor. Don't worry about it. It's not going to change the sound in any crucial way. I send everyone, I'm still in old early 2000s CD mode, me. I send everyone 16-bit files. How many decibels of headroom does 64-bit have? Good question. Well, fixed would be... Oh, don't make me do the maths. I could work out fixed. It's about 48 decibels every... Oh, no. Every jump, isn't it? But... It's probably around... My guess would be... So it'd be it'd be about 400, wouldn't it? I've blanked. I can't remember what the formula would be. 16 bits, 96 decibels. It doesn't really equate, doesn't it? Does it to... Because decibels and bits aren't really... 32 float. I know 32 float is well over 15,000. And 32 fixed is 192, is it? So would it be 384 for 64 fixed? And then practically infinity for 64-bit fixed? Oh, apparently that new Alien show is very good. They can hear up to 70 kilohertz, can they? So we need you need a sample rate of 140K to communicate with them. That's all right. Some people work at 192. Yeah, exactly. The human hearing range is about 24-bit as well. Like the loudest to the quietest, what you could detect. About 140 decibels ish. Oh, that's just what they consider the threshold of pain, I think, actually, maybe we can go a little bit over that if you don't mind dying or having no hearing left. Sorry, yeah, I went on a tangent on bits, but yeah, if you're sending out, just 24, make sure you dither it. And 32 if you're storing anything for later. But most people will, most distributors and other softwares and things, mastering houses and all that kind of stuff, they won't accept 32 float. I don't know why. It's not like we've not got the bandwidth now. Or you can do what Nate does and just print in 4 bits. If you're doing lo-fi. Embrace the aliasing. So I was going to answer 2 questions in one go. Oh, it's Hippo. Hippo Games. Yeah, you asked a true peak question. That's right. How about true peaks before and after export without master limiting? What do you typically see in your exports? Good question. Let's bring in a hot track. These aren't hot. That's drum and bass, so that probably is hot. Let's have a look. Oh, it's just a short thing. Let me check. I probably see quite a lot of true peak overs. Here we go. What's the high score? I think this is mostly this is just splice loops, by the way. It's from the drum peak. It's 0. Here we are. Yeah, because I don't use a limiter, so I'm going to have lots of true peaks. But I don't understand why you would look at the numbers. Apparently, my true peak's 16 dB. Is that before refreshing? 1 second. That's hilarious if that's the case. Yeah, 16 dB over in true peak. Not that it's a competition. Yeah, the purpose of true peak is, as I was explaining earlier, it's to estimate the overs that might be generated once the waveform is interpolated into the real world. Therefore, you might cause distortion in the analog domain, even if it's not showing in the digital domain. But the fact is, if you're making music with your ears, if you actually have some speakers turned on or some headphones and you're listening to real sound with your real ears, you're already listening to the true peak signal. So if you can't hear distortion, it's the same as the clipping argument that I'd use. If it's not there, if you can't hear it, then obviously with trained ears, I must add the big asterisk, with trained ears, don't just throw things into the red if you can't hear the distortion, but it actually sounds awful when other people tell you. Yeah, don't worry about it. True peak is it's just the reconstructed waveform. So if it's not distorting on your actual, I know everyone's converters and outputs are different, but the only time it's ever actually posed me any problems, believe it or not, is Dropbox's audio player. If you share your music via Dropbox, be careful. The internal music player on that is weird. It does strange things to hot music. It sounded like it was inverting my snare once. It was like a bug. It was an actual bug. And it wasn't doing it in any other player. It wasn't doing it in Google Drive, wasn't doing it in SoundCloud or anything. Only when we sent that track on, not that particular track, but another one for a different for a client. But yeah, Dropbox's audio player, be careful. So you might need to enable True Peak just for your Dropbox. If you want other people to listen to your track. What are these like? Yeah, about 16. About the same. I'm awfully consistent. What's that in lofts? It's not even that loud. Again, I'm not watching that number. I'm listening for the drums and groove. Yeah, last drop's a bit loud. I just don't look at the numbers. Never have. Oh, how's Tone Gym going? Red King. I use Sound Gym a lot. You're doing the Tone Gym for pitch ear training, right? Musical ear training, not engineering ear training. I suppose technically there's a big overlap. Numbers are for accountants. Indeed, Joe. I like that. Explain that, Subspace. Which mono setups does wider sound bad in? You mean if they're doing left feed only? Where do you get your references? Just Beatport, usually. Or bring them into your DAW from YouTube or something. I know it's not. You can get away with MP3s if you're not. The goal is never to. You're not going for exact anyway. So as long as you're aware of the limitations of MP3s, I mean, listen to the difference here between. I know Ableton technically has to encode this, but this one's a WAV. This one's an MP3. Practically no difference these days. The MP3 encoding algorithms are so good. Especially when on a complex signal when lots of things are going. You only notice MP3 degradation on it depends on the bandwidth, obviously, of the MP3. Sometimes you get really chopped off ones. Like if you look on the so here's the WAV, you'll see this probably go all the way to 20. And then the MP3 will probably have a little bit lopped off. Oh no, I lied. Sometimes you see them chop about 15 kilohertz. That's kind of, you do technically lose transient response. It'll be ever so slightly softer, and you lose quite a bit in the side channel on some MP3 algorithms. So those are the only dangers of like ripping the reference versus buying an original copy. But in terms of like your general frequency balance, your low end, as long as you're not referencing for anything super exact, there's not a ripped MP3 is absolutely fine. Thanks, Ed. Or Ed. Is that, sorry? Ed? Ed? I don't know which one. You're very welcome. Is there not volume compression going on with YouTube? Good question. Some files I've had have been not 0. Like you might see that or something. But you can always just put it back to peak, because it never, they don't do volume compression like dynamic compression. Well, not in the file that you would download. If you have, by the way, guys, turn off, you want to turn off, what's it called? What's their terminology for it? The stable volume. That is real-time compression.
Amazing.
And it's awful, especially on things that aren't designed to have it on, like my YouTube tutorials. Make sure you have that turned off, or else it's compressing the sound anyway. Especially if you're using it to reference live. Turn off stable volume. But yeah, in terms of the file you would grab off like a YouTube downloader, or site or things, yeah, the only thing to be worried about is the MP3-ness of it. Which is, yeah, like I say, is just the only things to be aware of are extreme high frequency caps. The stereo width is going to be slightly messed up compared to the original, and ever so slightly less transients. And you might hear weird artifacting on quiet sections with reverb tails, and where you've got like lots of low level detail, or on the end of fades maybe. Is anything on here? No, you'd have to be listening to the very, very ends for a long time. What was I going to show? Oh yeah, I was going to show MSED. I'm just using Ableton's built-in MP3 converter here, so it's not that bad at all. Plugins. There we go. Do we hear any side channel space bats? Wishy-washy? No. It's very much intact. No, the MP3 is the same. Yeah, so seems all right. Normally you hear that as all like on some MP3s, where it gets away with a lot of data compression on the side channel. Mostly, it's kind of where it saves most of the space, because psychoacoustically you can't really hear that when everything else is going on in mono. Good questions. Good to know, Red King. Do I have any recommendation on books about mixing? Mixing. No, not really. Maybe I do like the Bobcat's book. What was the other one? The problem is a lot of mixing book advice is very like sound on sound mixing secrets. The Bobcat's book is called Mastering Audio. What's the one I'm thinking of? Mixing Engineer's Handbook, maybe? It's another mastering engineer, wasn't it, Bob? Not Bob Power. Anyway, I'd very much caveat. It's a big caveat regarding what genre you're doing, because so much of the mixing advice I see still to this day on YouTube has come from that whole recording real sounds with real bands world, guitars, drums, etc., where you're actually dealing with microphone signals of human beings, not samples that have been bought from Splice that are all pre-compressed and pretty much sound already done and you don't have to touch them, kind of thing. So also, mixing is like the least of your problems. It just comes with time automatically. As long as you do a lot of referencing, you kind of, there's no, other than knowing what an EQ does, there's not really a lot you need to learn these days, I don't think. I'm probably oversimplifying it because I've kind of gone the other way these days. The more you know and the more experience you get, the less you do. So I'm ignoring 10 years of the struggle I had learning things, and I've probably forgotten lots that, but in general, the mix is the least important thing in terms of making a track connect with other human beings. So I know I'm talking about, I'm coming from the world of dance music as well, and I still maintain that statement. In the world of Pauser and, you know, Calvin Harris's tracks don't sound great, do they? Deadmau5's tracks never sounded really that good compared to what you would say, like some of his contemporary dance tracks. Probably why lots of people didn't play them in the club. But there's many routes to success. So yeah, I would concentrate on figuring out what unless your brand is that your mixes are amazing. Like Noisia, for example. Noisia's whole shtick was how they built their own studio, and they were really precise over the sound, and they were very secretive about how they made their sounds as well for a while. That was all very precisely engineered, nerdy, drum and bass, those Nero basses that no one could figure out for a while. Ridiculous precision engineering. Like, that was part of their brand. So if that's going to be part of the brand, then yes, obviously start learning more about mixing, and how digital audio behaves, for example, is an important part of that, not just what a compressor does. If that's not going to be part of your brand, I would say your energy's going to be spent far better learning like marketing, digital, marketing and AI prompting, and not necessarily even if you want to use it, just you need to be, at some point you're going to need to be seen if you want to be successful, and that's not to do with mixing. Because for the first, you can always send your more successful tracks to. The thing is, when you get signed, not that I would advise trying to get signed, but this is the thing some people mistake. They're always thinking they have to sound great to get signed, and it's usually the other way around. Like, if someone really likes your track, it's not usually because of the sound quality. And if someone really wants to throw some money at you, they'll get the track mixed and mastered, probably by someone who already knows what they're doing, and then you can just be left to be an artist. But yeah, I've not read a modern mixing book, so I couldn't recommend one, I'm afraid. Well, here's the perfect question. So Inamono just said, I'm curious about this for a while. Even thought you don't really use things like glue compression. Yes. So glue compression. How does this affect your process when listening to references? Yes, because I imagine a lot of my references are certainly using not many people work like me, right? So they're going to be using limiting. They're going to be using compression, which I don't. So when I'm referencing them, and they end up sounding the same as them without using limiting and compression, how does that work? It's a good question. The answer is I have no idea. I think what happens is when I'm trying to get everything bouncing and grooving, that usually involves side chaining and groups. And in a way, the side chaining of many groups and sounds to get the bounce, and obviously let the kick drum come through anyway. It's as much of a headroom thing as it is a groove thing in some cases. that ends up emulating the sound of a mastered record because that's how sidechaining came about originally. Like the original sidechain suck sound was clearly someone who just completely turned the kick drum up far too far, and it was hitting the master compressor so that the master compressor was ducking everything when the kick drum came in. And then when the kick drum wasn't in, it would suck back upwards, right? So because the kick drum was so loud before the master compressor. So in a way, when I sidechain the groups for headroom and groove purposes, it does kind of sound like a mastered record in that way, because I get the ducking on the kick, which would be a similar sound to what a master compressor would have to deal with, just a lot more controlled. And it's not because obviously my mind won't be having to deal with the complexities of the combined sounds. But yeah, it's weird. I'm trying to think of an example of if I've ever had to reference a track that clearly had a very overly compressed sound, which I emulated, because that does happen. None of this new age stuff I've made recently is going to be a good example, is it? That's all very soft. We made that one live, didn't we? I've not checked this since we made it live, actually. Sounds all right. I don't think I did much referencing live, actually. I know it was built around that splice sample, wasn't it? So, I suppose somewhere in your answer is thoughts on part of your ear training is listening for dynamic range. Because if you can hear when something's compressed or when the essence of a sound, for example, like the health, the groove or the core tone or character of a sound, what gives it its personality, is that anything to do with its processing, right? So being able to detect that's very important, because I think what the trap a lot of new producers fall into is they select a suboptimal sound or a boring sound, or they don't have, they're just not paid enough attention to the references while they were selecting the sounds. And then they end up having to over-process things to make it interesting or to bring it closer to the reference too far late in the stage of making the track. And at that point, sometimes, yes, like you're going to have to like squish it a bit to make it more exciting or something. But it's more the notion that that's necessary. So when I'm referencing, I don't even think I'm. Let's dive into. I've got a reference folder here. Somewhere it's going to be buried now because I make so many damn tracks. There we go. There's the reference folder. What is in there? And what have I grabbed recently? All right. Doesn't matter what it is. Let's just pull it in. Rufus of Soul, In the Moment. Basically, what I'm going to listen for now, just because you've asked the question, is there anything in there that I couldn't make without compression? Is what I'm thinking. And no, other than the vocals. The first assumption is any acoustic source, like a vocal, a guitar, a real drum kit, which obviously we don't usually play with. What else? I wouldn't even say real instruments like strings, because strings are very, usually, in the context that we use them, not very dynamic. So I don't usually touch those. Pianos sometimes. Some pianos are extremely spiky, and you want the tail of them. So I have compressed pianos before now, but nothing here. For example, if I'm hearing like a really sustained bass tail, I'll just program the bass sound to have a high sustain. Does that make sense? I won't compress it to get that. I won't make a very spiky bass sound and then compress it afterwards to get to the same result or a worse result. I will, because obviously you're going to mess up your release timing with a compressor. So I would just program the bass sound to have a longer sustain. So some of it's in the sound design as well. And ultimately, what I'll be aiming for is like this. This track isn't a big dance club thing, right? Because it's slow, it's moody. So I can hear the fact that it is limited. And as much as I would love to, I would aim to beat that, basically. I would make the same thing, but with slightly more transients, just because of that would be my nerdy way of recreating it. And I would probably end up a little bit less squished than this. But given the mood of the track, I don't think the track has been hurt by the limiting. So I'm not actually, even though I would aim to beat it, it wouldn't be for any emotional reason. So kind of a wasted effort. But what is going on in, what am I hearing? Obviously we got octaves on the bass. What's going on underneath? It sounds quite rumbly. Something's going weird in the bass. I think I may have been given this reference to listen to for that very reason, because the bass is doing weird things. I'm on smaller speakers while I'm on the stream right now, guys. Sorry, so I won't be able to. I might put my headphones on in a minute. What's below 80-ish? Yeah, so not very dynamic. What's in the upper bass? Oh, the chest of the kick's coming through plenty there. It's on the verge of being too muddy, isn't it? I've not heard this one out, actually. But no, nothing. There's nothing inherently in like this track, for example, that would need compression. Oh, there's an example of that MP3 top end thing I was talking about. It's been locked off at 16K. I can only hear up to about 17, so I can barely hear the difference. Yeah, bass sounds mushy. But that's not necessarily a compression thing. That could be... It sounds like it's got a very long... It sounds like it's got reverb on the kick. Again, it might be a deliberate atmospheric choice. It's not a super long kick, but it's obviously because the bass is doing 16th notes. I don't know what the sub's doing yet, but you got do 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 on the upper bass. There's a tom groove in there. There's a lot. Yeah, you got 3 bass instruments trying to fight. Very long notes, long release on the synth, even though it is playing fast. So I don't know if it's a held sub or if it's and fast upper bass, or, but yeah, it is very. There's a lot going on down there, but that's not a compression thing. I mean, it might have. It will have been made worse by compression. You could make a lot more space down there just by taking the compressor off. Or maybe it's just a deliberately held bass. I don't know. Like I say, it's not a good example for groove. I was just wanted to see what I would think about if there was anything specific in the track that would need compression other than the vocals.
Give me everything I need.
Everything's got an auto sidechain on it, not a real sidechain. You can hear it pulsing, as if it's ducked by an invisible kick drum. Actually, it might be a real kick drum sidechain with just the kick muted. Who knows? That's a rhythmic decision. But yeah, I very rarely hear things that I think I would need. It would have to be very obvious compression, kind of like something like a reverb tail getting sucked back upwards, or something super aggressive genre probably would be when I would reach for things. I did put OTT on something the other day. I can't remember what it was. I'm trying to skip my memory, jog my memory, but it might have even been a chill track. If I needed more sustain out of a track. I tried doing minimal meditation. By the way. I thought minimal
My speech is free.
Again, it was for the Indian project. Sorry, South Asian project, but I thought seeing as a lot of meditation music is droned anyway, and South Asian classical music is heavily droned, like they use temporas and sometimes sitars to drone, or harmoniums to drone on the one. I thought that would fit minimal really well. Oh, was it a tabla? I might have had to OTT a tabla. I can't remember what it was. Not usually anything like this. Anyway, if it comes to me, I'll find the example for you. But that was for the video the other day, where I made every sound in this with my mouth, apart from the cymbal. Well, either that or I programmed it in Vital from scratch. But even the waveforms for the synths were all my mouth. So maybe I needed to enhance one of those. Can't remember. Was it to get the air out the pad? I don't think it was. I don't think it was this. Anyway, leave that in the background for a minute. It's a long track. Probably missed 1,000 questions while I've got off on my tangent. Yeah, sorry to give you a bit of a non-answer there, but it was a good question. I understand it, but in general, your answer is that it just doesn't apply. I don't really. The way I hear sounds and listen to sounds, like I say, unless it's really obvious amounts of compression, I don't need compression to recreate them. This is why I keep saying in 90% of the sounds you're going to work with in dance music they don't need compression to exist. They've got so little dynamic range already. You're just in super danger of hurting the track by compressing anything, especially if you can't hear the difference. And I'm not talking about the difference that the compressor makes because it makes it louder. That doesn't count because that's fake makeup gain usually. You have to listen to things at equal volume. What you end up doing is, if you compress everything, it all ends up in that middle space, fighting for space. Nothing gets to jump out the speakers above things, which is where true loudness comes from, and dynamics and excitement and what makes people move and respond. Well, I mean, for dance music, of course, it's different for every. If you want it to say squished and in the middle, like a lo-fi track or something, that's fine. Then do it deliberately. But yeah, when I'm referencing dance music, I tend to hear sounds and not have to compress them when I'm recreating them. Have you ever run into a sound that I couldn't recreate in Vital? That's a good question. Probably, yes. Although not to do with the filters usually. What would be the reason? It's usually the, I don't know. The main ones are FM sounds because you've only got 3 oscillators, and most FM synths have 8. Oh, sorry, the rest of the sounds in this track were guitar, by the way, not my mouth. In general, but yes, Serum does have lots of extra modulation modes, distortion modes. Not audio distortion. I mean, as in frequency modulation, ring modulation. It has all of those extra modes that the oscillators can interact with. So, but have I ever actually needed those? I'm just trying to think. But the other thing is, if I can't make the sound in a few minutes, I either make something that's equivalently useful or just move on. So it's in terms of remaking something for a video, not happened yet. But I don't really deal with. I've not really had to deal with super complex bass genre stuff like noisier. Like I probably couldn't make a noisier bass or all the noisier basses in Vital. Unlikely. But then I don't think you could make that in one synth anyway. I think there's a lot of post-processing on those. Bthelick doesn't need references. I absolutely do need references. This track was done on reference. It's a background. It was a background to my opinion piece, though, on the original sounds video, though. So I didn't want it to be too busy in the mids, anyway. It's probably too dull as a release track. It's also too long, at 15 minutes long. Yeah, the ideal way to do compression is just to manually automate the volume, obviously, in a mono. But yeah, sometimes, again, it's in being able to detect whether a compressor will work. I spend more time throwing transient designers on things than I do compressors, either to get the attack out or to get rid of the attack. Okay, for a really spiky hi-hat or something. If I really like the rest of the loop, but it's got a very sharp on the off eighth or something, I might throw a transient designer on it, or just automate a volume envelope like SDF, so I can get the rest of the loop without the harsh tick in the middle kind of thing. Is Speed Garage squashed? Oh, probably. I mean, that's another thing as well. If you want the... Like, I associate Speed Garage with a very, what I would call bedroom sound. And that's not a derogatory term. I mean, that kind of bedroom produced sound I think is very important to, well, many genres as well. So Speed Garage can be very messy, yeah, and I think it should be. If you want to sound like kind of as part of the scene, you can do clean garage. You know, MJ Cole did clean garage, but well, not that wasn't Speed, was it? But those are the kind of the two sides of it, aren't they? Here's a poll. Actually, I found I really love this track for all kinds of reasons. Has anyone heard Starjunk 95? Anyone heard of this group? I don't know who they are, who it is. This is the track.
One time for the beat.
Is this Speed Garage now? What is this? Anyone know? We've got rave harmony, we've got a bit of garage on the top. It sounds a bit like Sammy Salute kind of area, doesn't it? But it's not squishy. The video's great, by the way, obviously, because it's a reference to one of my favourite games. One of the first games to use cell shading, Jet Set Radio on the Dreamcast. I won't leave it on too long just in case we get pulled down again. But yeah, what would you call this genre? This is speed, right? That's the splice vocal. Use that one. Rhythm is moving. Did the Prodigy use references? Absolutely. I mean, I don't know about the mixes. Anyway. Yeah, the Prodigy absolutely used references. I mean, they were influenced by lots. You know, the rave scene came just before them, and they mixed that with Liam's incredible record collection of sound system reggae and dub and everything else he was into. Breaks, obviously he knew his breaks well. It sounds like ADHD. It does. It came about when I was researching the genre that's known currently as Rally House, which, as far as I can tell, is basically just imitation dance music that was made for video games, background of video games. And that came up, and I really liked it. And I was like, this isn't house. I suppose garage is heavily crossed with house, but I wondered if it classed as speed garage. You'd call it a little too fast. Turntable needs adjusting. Yeah, I don't know what the actual dance would be to that. It is fast, which makes sense that it would be background music to a video game, probably a driving game. Anyway. What's VC 3.5? Remind me, in a mono? You call this Gen Z rave. Yeah, that might be a good name for it. It is very ADHD. Speed garage, yeah, it's a form of speed garage, isn't it? My instincts were in the right area. Are there any considerations when producing faster genres that aren't immediately obvious? Oh, yes. Low end is an entirely different equation at fast speeds, which is why certain genres swap. There's a swap over point where you end up with a much lighter kick, which is mostly just a transient and chest kind of area trigger, and then the sub takes over as being the more dominant thing at the bottom, because low frequencies take longer to develop. So if you want sub content in a faster genre, you have to program longer notes compared to what you would have time to let develop in a slower genre. So you'll find if you want sub content, it has to be long program notes, even if it's just a sub end and then the bass is more active. But yeah, you have to think about the bottom end a little bit differently because programming fast bass lines won't let the sub come through naturally, and therefore your track's going to end up sounding quite light. What we just listened to there, though, wasn't that fast. That didn't feel like more than, what, 140, 150 or something. So that doesn't really count, but... Oh, VC is a volume compensation plugin. Does it automatically? Does it? Okay. I didn't realize it was a thing. Yeah, some of them. There was a trend about 5, 6, 7 years ago. In the faster genres as well, where they wouldn't really use the second harmonic on the bass, almost to kind of demask it. So you would have pure subtone, say probably around kind of between your 40. So you'd have pure subtone down here, then no second harmonic, a big gap, only left for where the kick chest was, and then the second harmonic, which is the octave and the fifth of the bass. Basically, the bottom end of a square wave would be next to give you the harmonic information, which always sounded a bit hollow to me. But it does work out in certain clubs. It works, but again, you need very long notes and subdominance for that to kind of fill out and make sense. But yeah, that was all in the efforts to make the sub more audible in faster genres. I've noticed it's less of a trend these days, but I don't naturally listen to faster. I don't have any clients that make trance or stuff, or hard trance or hard style or drum and bass or fast techno or anything. I don't have any clients that do that, so I'm not up on those scenes. But the last kind of few things I referenced weren't doing that. I suppose much of it's bass music now. It's just all wrapped under bass music, which is all extremely harsh, complex basses, which have harmonics all the way through. So it's less about pure sub. I've got no Geordie clients. How does one get clients? Oof. I have no idea how you would do it today, I can't really advise on it because part of mine is luck. So I worked at a music shop which sold instruments and software like Cubase, Pro Tools, Ableton, guitars, etc. I started on the guitar wing and then became the high-tech guy. And I met lots of clients that way. And then when that company folded, I was headhunted as I'd already been teaching people and mixing people's stuff on the side, so I had a reputation as an engineer. So I was headhunted to be the engineer of a studio that was being built, and they basically built me a studio. I got to spec it, and then I ran that for 8 years. It was like a commercial business. It didn't technically do well as a business financially, but I got lots of work and lots of clients. And then my current clients to this day have been with me for, what, 10 years plus? Some of them. So, yeah, word of mouth is always the way. My favourite phrase by Seth Godin is still, the only long-term currency is trust. That's it. Word of mouth is far more powerful than any advertising you could ever do. But to have that, you need trust. So, and the world of music is very small, so you have to be careful how you behave. Yeah, PMT was the Red King. PMT was the shop that took over the shop I worked for. So I used to work for a shop called Sound Control. The Salford branch it was. That became PMT. And then PMT sold to private equity, took a management buyout. And lo and behold, 2 or 3 years later, I think they sold that to a private equity firm in COVID. Probably panicked. And lo and behold, a few years later, dismantled. In terms of meeting clients these days, obviously, I think personal is always better. Like, so if you can just start rubbing shoulders at events like ADE and stuff, I don't know whereabouts in the world you are, but if they hold something similar to ADE, that's Amsterdam Dance Music Event, or, you know, the Ibiza one, or wherever you are in the world, whatever similar to that, if you can just start not necessarily advertising yourself, even like, hey, I'm looking for work kind of thing. It's not usually the way you end up resonating. It's more about just, I would ask a lot of questions and show a lot of, you know, work ethic kind of. If you show a lot of intrigue as to how the business works, or marketing side, or branding, you know, if you're speaking to a DJ, like asking questions like, how do they balance their flight schedule versus being in the studio? How much music do they make on the road versus the studio? Or have they got someone that helps them make that kind of stuff? You can start to get answers in those kind of areas. And I don't know what you want to do, Sarah, but if it's something people want, you will eventually get paid for it. You just got to find out what people want, and obviously that changes quite fast these days. Like for example, like, so one of my clients now, they make a lot of their ideas in because they're not musical. That's why they come to me. So I'm like the music guy, they're the DJ. And is that where the track just ends? Did I never fade? Oh yeah, it's for the video, wasn't it? Sorry, that just caught me off guard. Yeah, so one of my clients now, they just make all of their ideas in Suno, because they found they're actually quite a good lyric writer. So they actually get the Suno to like make the demo vocals. And sometimes it comes up with some good musical ideas as well. Then they bring that to me. We stem separate it with AI, with further AI, or sometimes Suno lets you have the stems. And obviously we have to do a lot with we have to put the vocals in time and things, because it usually doesn't get the timing great. But we end up like putting that together as a quick demo. Sometimes we even take the melody line of like the lead that if it's come up with a really good one, or if it's crucial to the vibe of the track. So I've become, for one of my clients now, I've become this kind of AI conduit translator, where I'll
I'll just recreate the sounds so they're not mushy, and because the thing with AI output is it sounds like really bad MP3s. It's very it's full of all these weird resonances and mushes, and it sounds like everything's been passed through like a white noise vocoder kind of thing. Is the only way I can describe it. But yeah, so I've become like the guy that translates the AI ideas into the track now, and we've been pretty productive doing that for a few months. And I presume there's going to be more of that in my future. And then obviously at some point AI is going to get really good at the engineering too, so I won't have to do that. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is be careful of what you're trying to offer your services of. Because what you want to do and the job that exists aren't necessarily two different things, two of the same things. So, you want to be a producer, okay? So you're looking for musicians, basically. If you want to be a producer, you want to call the shots. You mean a producer like Rick Rubin? Or do you mean a bedroom producer that still makes the music? Yeah, I heard something called 11 Music, Nate. I don't know. I presumed it was related to 11 Labs. And I think the problem was they advertised it as studio quality sound. So they set my expectations a bit too high, I think, because it certainly wasn't. It was still pretty rough. It sounded like, to get rid of the harshness, everything had been low pass filtered. So it's certainly a lot smoother and a lot less annoying. But then it was really dull. It didn't have the detail. So, I couldn't really tell you if it was technically higher quality or not. Some of the musical ideas were quite good, though. Again, yeah. It sounded all right to you, did it? Okay. Everything is a tool. Yes, Joe. It's definitely the way to think about it. I'm still yet to figure out what AI to integrate into my workflow. I'm using it for some of the video making things in terms of, I'm basically using Perplexity and Gemini and ChatGPT mostly as like an advanced search engine. Excuse me, advanced search engine. And it's helping me gather the keywords for certain video titles and things like that. So, but as for the actual, I've not found a good music tool yet. Actually, I tell a lie. I showed the one in the mashups video that works out the chords for you. That was quite good. It's good when you've not got me around. Yeah, when I said AI lyrics, Nate, I meant the DJ I work for. He himself has found out he's writing really good lyrics himself. He doesn't get the AI to write the lyrics. It's hilarious. Sometimes he sends me a vocal and it's got it sings the words 4 bars intro at the beginning. 4 bars intro. Where he's told it to wait. And it's not understood the instructions. So there's you get a few of those vocals through. I found that funny. Just picking random stuff for the background. Looks like I've done an afro one. Oh yeah, Samplab, that was the one. I used it to detect the chords in a splice sample, because that's what a lot of people struggle with. I did a video called, I think it was called How to Put Bass to Any Sample. That's one of the first key skills, is finding, if you find a good sample, it's still really hard to figure out the chords out so you can put a bass to it. So I did a video on that. And now I've got to do a follow-up video, apparently, because people have been asking me what to do with the chord information. What's the difference? Oh, that's a good question, 1am. 1am music, I presume. What's the difference between a Max Martin song and your songs, or Quincy Jones and our songs? Yeah, it's those are true producers. So ideally, you want someone that doesn't know anything about music, as in terms of like chords, notes, 16ths versus triplets. You want someone that doesn't really know the nitty-gritty of the theory. And I know Max Martin knows a bit of music theory, but Quincy Jones was a great musician as well. But ideally, you want someone that can switch that off and respond like an audience. That's the idea behind a proper producer. So they can call shots that are independent of ego, independent of time, how much work's been put in, who it belongs to. They're the conduit between the artist and the outside world, basically, is how I think of it. So the example I quoted in my "What Does the Producer Do" video, Quincy Jones was talking about the opening line for "Can't Stop Till You Get Enough." No, 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 no. You know that one, Michael Jackson. It starts off with a chromatic disco string line, and that was his idea. And Michael actually didn't like it. He wanted it taken off the track. But it was Quincy's idea to do the da-da, because he had the bigger arrangement in mind. And Quincy didn't even write the line. He hired in a separate Motown arranger who was an expert at writing those particular hooks in Motown music. Disco, very similar lines. He hired someone in just to get that intro done. And that became the main hook of that's what everyone knows it by. When it comes in, when that song comes in, you instantly know. I'm not saying it couldn't have been any other way, but it's calls like that and again, it's calls like that against the artist, because Michael Jackson didn't want that on his track. But sometimes you're too close. When you're the artist, this is the problem. This is the paradox of being a solo artist. And there's literally why there's only a handful of people to ever do it properly, like Prince. It's nigh impossible to truly self-produce because you're so close to the music. You know everything that was put into it. You know all the reasons you made it that will never be interpreted by the public properly. And you're not necessarily thinking of your audience when you're trying to make music. And the burden of the solo producer now, like bedroom producers, like most of you are going to be, is you have to start thinking about. You have to kind of try and remove yourself from the precious ego-based decisions, or it's not even just an ego thing. It's I'm not saying ego in a derogatory term, by the way. I think an artist has to have some form of ego, or else, otherwise, what's an artist believes they have something to say that the rest of the world wants to hear. So inherently there is a degree of ego to the belief, right? I mean, there's just a human need there as well to connect. Obviously, I'm not saying that's, but I believe this. That's part of the ego. Anyway, getting too existential on this thing, but yeah, you just need to separate. You need a good producer to separate from the artist's vision, the being too close to the music, the forest for the trees, and all that kind of vision. You just need someone. Yeah, rock with you as well. Quincy knew which drummer to hire, and he told him the signature had to be absolutely signature. And the drummer did a marching snare intro. Legendary. And that was Quincy's idea. That was all under it's I'll use this analogy till the end of time. The music producer is the film director. So it doesn't matter how good your script is, doesn't matter what camera you film it on, doesn't matter how good your color balance is. The director and the editor as well, I suppose, is the person that makes that stuff come together. I say editor at the last minute there because I'm thinking about George Lucas. The first Star Wars was saved in the edit because George Lucas's direction was nonsense. It didn't make any sense when he put it in order. The role of a producer is, I think it's different in music subspace. The role of a producer you described there to make all the members communicate clearly on the team is, I mean, that's kind of their job as well, but that comes under management sometimes now in music, really. It is the producer's job as well, but that the producer you described there is actually the producer that would be on the film set. But it's not usually the case. I don't see that as the main role of the producer. Because if the producer was just a team manager, you wouldn't give the producer points on the record. You wouldn't give them any percentage points. I mean, I know they don't hardly get any now, but that's the other problem with a lot of music now is that people have forgotten what a producer does. In a music sense, which I see as more of a director. So how do you go from being a bedroom producer to being a producer? Work with other people, Sarah. What you were already asking earlier is exactly along the right lines. You need to find people to work with. In the same way that the game designer doesn't code the game, you can be the vision guy. You need to find someone that agrees with your vision. It's hard, obviously, when you've got no track record. You might have to put out solo produced stuff, which will be inherently compromised, obviously, in order to start getting your name out there. I don't know. Or you might just need to start building up trust with a cohort of people who have complementing talents, like someone who doesn't want to be the producer, someone who actually understands what a producer is, doesn't want to be that. They just want to be an artist. They just want to create. They don't want to deal with thinking about the audience. You could be the guy to come in and, if you can get a relationship going, you can help them edit, arrange their art into a vision for an audience. And for that, I would brush up on your. Different people have different terms for them. Like they're called customer avatars, or psychographics is another term for it. Studying audiences and tribal behavior and social behavior, so you can understand audiences. So that when an artist comes to you with a vision, you can help them place that track with an audience by. It could be simple things like I've told people before that, like, if your audience is on ket, then pitch the vocals down. So sometimes the producer's call is simply to know that they're playing a certain tent at a certain festival, and that one of the edits they have to do, if they're going to mash up Adele, is something like that, is just, I don't know, just turn the formants on the vocal down so it sounds like a dude. That's a proper production call right there. So, but again, that takes knowing the audience, knowing the destination. So you do have to study up on that. And for that, you do have to get out there a bit. So go to the clubs. The club scene is in a weird place right now. I'm not sure what to advise though, because I don't know where it's going. Yeah, I like that subspace. Ideas are nothing, execution is everything. Yeah, Seth Godin goes a lot about, because people often ask the question about how do you get, where do you get, what happens when you're not inspired, or how do you deal with writer's block, or all those kind of questions. And the longer you do it for, those questions just get sent straight to the back, because it no longer becomes about. You find out that ideas they're free. Ideas are everywhere. Everyone has ideas. Everyone has lots of ideas. It's executing on them or understanding where they came from or where their destination might be is kind of more of the important thing. It's actually really easy to have lots of ideas. So, the game designer is not the ideas guy. Oh, sorry. What do I mean? The game director? You know what I'm talking about though, right? Subspace. What's the term for what I was? Who's the idea guy in the game studio? Who like Corey Barlog, who did headed the God of War studio, is the guy I always think of. It's games director, isn't it? I'm just thinking of Path of Exile and Jonathan Rogers. He doesn't directly code anymore. Everyone just brings the ideas to him, and he makes sure they fit the single vision. Well, the games teams that I watch and pay attention to do have an ideas guy. Creative director, yeah, it might be creative director. Sarah is what I'm thinking of. No, not brainstorming. They have one guy who's just the sole job is for everyone else, the artists, the level designers, the coders, that everyone brings them the work, and he oversees whether it fits the final vision. I say they oversee whether it fits the final vision. That guy, and that is literally their only job. I'm sure they're in because I've seen the Grinding Gear Games setup. They basically have one big office floor, and the director is sat in the middle, and all the they don't have separate offices, and except for the musicians who have to be soundproofed. But they're basically sat in a giant circle, and the artists have one kind of quadrant, and the level designers have another, etc. And they all basically just walk to each other's desks, and then they walk to the middle to the games director to get their ideas okayed. And obviously, he's doing the total vision. He's I'm saying he because it's a he. Jonathan Rogers. He's talking about he still has the overall game design that he wants to execute. So he's telling them that such and such a skill can't do more than such and such damage. So, but everything still goes through him. Oh, Black Suit's not a PoE 2 fan. Which bit did you like, and when did it turn to garbage? Yeah, Hideo Kojima's a good example, especially recently, because he's not very hands-on, but he's just global idea. Oh, how's Deadeye feeling, Edo? Apparently, it wasn't as good as people thought it was going to be. Oh, you've gone way too deep there, Subspace. I think. I'm sorry to hear if that's actually where it stems from, but I'm looking at it from the outside in. There's been some games that I love that have been made that way, so I think it works. And that's going back to actual music. If you don't like any of the work of Rick Rubin, then I don't know what to say to you. But some of the greatest records and most successful records that have ever been produced have been produced by the ideas guy. That's his exact role, because he doesn't know anything about music or mixing, and he's not hands-on in any way at all. We're discussing producer, and Ciro wants to become one. And also whether Path of Exile 2 is better or worse now. Because of the producer, the game's director. We were discussing a bit of that. Kane, what games have everyone been playing lately? Get typing. I recently lost 200 hours of my life to I say lost. I enjoyed it. Satisfactory. I got really addicted to that last couple of months before. Now I'm going to rinse PoE 2 for a bit. You're playing Fallout 76, or you're just saying how it flopped. I think Skillup was right on that one. Creatively, what was it? How did he describe that? It was creatively, morally, and technically bankrupt. One of the most harshest indictments I've ever heard of a video game, or anything, in fact. Morally, technically, and creatively bankrupt. And he was right as well. He did make everyone look at Bethesda a different way. Hey, Subspace, it's free for all now. You talk about ideologies. That's a dangerous one to start getting into. I'll stay out of it if that's okay. I try to make no presumptions, but being the age I am, there are some habits I'm unfortunately still trying to shake. I did say a few he's instead of they's before now, which I'm not proud of. Yeah, 76 does look like a shameless cash grab, to be honest. Everyone's waiting for Joe's answer. Did you misspell waiter? Hard trance is Red King's ideology. Oh, I'll tell you what we can be doing. We can go all the way back to someone who's probably not still in the chat anymore. Who asked about the long chord progressions and then gave me 3 references which I was supposed to check out. We can do that. Can I search the chat? I can't, can I? It doesn't work. Was it you, Subspace, who asked, by the way? You can't say "come again," Subspace, get which. You can't say "come again." That's like wolf whistling now. If you're not from England and they don't understand what you're actually asking them. It's like a cat call or a chat up line. Come again to certain cultures. We have to say pardon. LouTube. Is that an app? I've never heard of it. Oh, you're on Ratchet and Clank, the OG. Emulated, or do you still have the PS2? I've got 2 Dreamcasts here somewhere, and I don't know if they work anymore. It was you. Let's have a look at these tracks. Right, so it's why can't I copy paste that? That's very annoying. Try again. Something won't let me. Oh, it will. Original instrumental 2002. Let's get into this. Oh, the 2000s kicks. High 909s. That vibe. Come Again was always an odd one. I thought so. So where's the chord progression? Hi, Benedict. Or were you talking in terms of... all right, starts in the breakdown. Here we go. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, nice. The full journey. Oh, right, okay, so... Yeah, you need to be listening to romantic classical. Who would I suggest? There's some Elgar in there. We've got lots of inversions. Yeah, there's another. You could use Bill Bailey's funeral principle. Keep all the notes, change one. There's a lot of that going on. There are lots of inversions here. I like this question. Yeah. Chord 6, chord 1 over 3, chord 6, 7, 5. 4, 1 over 3, 2, 5, 1. Major. We should make some more trance like this. It is very classical. It is very classical. I can't really. Obviously, Samuel Barber's Adagio for strings goes without saying. But yeah, there's a bit of Elgar in there. So, what was your question? Just how to write them? General principles? I've got some ideas. It's based on some old Dutch pop ballad. Very possibly. What musicians often do is called reharmonization. So you might take an existing melody and then it's a common exercise just to play around with what chords you can get to fit to it. And obviously the jazz guys take that to the extreme level. But yeah, for the trance emotions, you want lots of these 6 and 3 inversions. So let me show you what. Let me load Contact for a decent ensemble strings sample. Just saves me loading all the separate sounds in BBC Orchestra One. So sorry, this is not a free plugin, but although I am using a very old version. Strings ensemble. There's going to be a solo cellos in there. Why not? So what I'm hearing here. The first thing they do is turn chord 1 into an inverted 6. So that's one, and then you do what I call the trans. Did you see my video on the trans chord 2? Subspace. Just mute this. Yeah, that'll do. How long do we want the thing to be? Actually, let's just make it at least 16 bars. Oh, I've made one that's 65 bars long. Hang on. Whoops, a daisy. So if that's your chord 1. Oh, no. Solo. One thing they've done is raise. They've turned it to a chord 6 inverted, which is you just do by raising that one. So it's an F chord. And that lets you invert you get around the horrible chord 2 problem, because it lets you invert chord 7 the same way, which gives you that lovely lift into chord 3, which is your relative major. Actually, I've changed my mind. Let's do a bit of that, bit of actual transpad vibes. I'm going to cheat. Just do that for now. Let's get our Atmos reverb on. Then where did they go? You can always just go back down to actual 6 here. Your chord leading is important. I think they hold on 6 actually, but this would be a nice. I don't know if this is what they do, but and then they definitely fell onto chord 1 inverted. So the idea is basically all these inversions. So this is the C major chord, sorry, here, just with the E at the bottom. Obviously your melody is going to dictate something, but we can use chord 4 as a, what am I doing here? Actually, you could invert. No, that would be out of scale. Put a 9th on that. Resolve that back down to the tonic. So this is, and then use the fact we've got half of chord 7 here. I'll explain my methodology in a second. Maybe you go up here actually. And you can have the 7th at the top. You could have that just resolve back down to this is aching for another C major. This would be a classical 5-1. It's called a dominant 7th. You could just go back to A minor. A. And back round. Or we could extend. You could just take people on a journey. Don't know how long this would be. Barber's Adagio for strings. The original chord progression, by the way, is much longer than the remix. So you can go for as long as you really want. if you want to do the full journey, if you can find the audience. Obviously, lots of them are in the chat right now. There's your C major resolve, and you can just have people go. This is called the funeral method. You hold the chord, change one note, like the church organist would do. And then you can just go back here. Oops. Down to that F. You could just hold there if you wanted for 2-4 bars before you go back down to the A minor. You could take them on this new journey in the relative major. Put the major third in there. Maybe give them a rise. How do we get back to A minor? That's our question. Let's put F over G, the someday chord. to that dominant 7th thing. So what's the principle behind all of this? So what's going on? So this is a passing function. So this is if you watch my trans chord video thing when I did it here in the Paradise track. Where are we? Mix downs, mix downs, mix downs. Where's it gone? Yeah, that one.
Take me to paradise.
Let me do the instrumental. So this is a whoops. This is full of inversions in a similar way. But the main idea is you get from to have one of those really uplifting moments. You can go from chord 1 to chord 3, relative minor to your relative major. And instead of using the horrible diminished chord 2, you can just invert chord 7, which would be that. You just put that at the top. So your bass then becomes 1, 2, 3. That gives you that beautiful uplift. What they've done there in Ligea is a nice little inversion of chord 6 by just swapping this. It helps if you've got lots of common tones, you know, that you can hold between chords. I suppose that's so. Yeah, we've got the chord 7 inverted uplift to chord 3, and then I've done a common tone thing here where I'm suspending this G. We go to chord 6, which is normally F major, right? But why not suspend the 9th here? That lovely overhang, that kind of yearning. And they fell onto, again, we're back to chord 3 here. Sorry, here, C major. But with it's inverted, so you've got that fall down to note 3, which is, note 5 in A minor. Chord 3 over 5. So C major, but with an E at the bottom. Note 5 at the bottom. You could go to minor here for a sadder drop. Either works, or you could suspend on the major, drop to the minor for this passing run down here. And again, same trick. I'm suspending across. So this is another. This becomes another 9th chord. 1, 3, 5. That would be the 7th. Resolve. But because I wanted to get to this chord 7th with a 7th on it, why not double this F? Or you don't even have to have the F in if you don't want. I love a good open add 9 sometimes. There's your classic 5-1 in C major. In our case, now we're in relative major, so that's technically a 7-3, not a 5-1. But you probably hear it in C major by this point because it's gone quite up. Yeah, I've deviated from Ligea now, but I'm just showing you the kind of principles. Lots of inversions, especially on chord 3 and chord 6, which is in A minor, that would be your F major chord in your C major. Lots of common tones holding. that's one of my favorites. That wasn't in Ligea, but you do hear that in quite a few classical and trance stuff. I'd call that a Lydian fourth. It's not in the chord, because the chord of F is supposed to be F, A, and C, right? Technically a bit of a clash, but coming from this lovely lift. That. It kind of actually it's a little bit how Chopin writes. So there is a YouTube video that popped up recently in the classical circles. That's I think the thumbnail was don't write in chords or something like that, or don't use chords, because the way some classical composers thought of, especially the further you go back, is they didn't really work diatonically in chords as we think now. They write in terms of it's all individual lines, which is how the original harmonies were written, as choral music. So you'd have one person singing different notes, and they couldn't jump too far, obviously. So you would write them lines like this, that all moved smoothly into different places, so they could sing it easily. And so yeah, not this, but these leading lines became how you write progressions. And it's not necessarily in terms of chords, it's just what goes nicely to the next place. So you can think of it like that sometimes. Not even necessarily in scale. To bridge that, we'd have to put the bass back in, I think, but that's not too bad. In my natural environment, yes. Here we catch a wild Bthelick in his natural habitat, talking about chords, inversions, suspensions, and common tone harmony. Correct, Nate, you're writing for monophonic instruments, effectively. To go at the random whim of the art. What happens? Have we got any good trance? We'd have to write the rhythm. That's not too bad. Depends on how many notes are in the chord. By accident, but I quite like it. Obviously, I would write this line, not auto. I've got some kind of rhythm to it. 909 snare now. We're good. We're good. But yeah, I like the question. It's definitely a lost era, isn't it? We should. I should be the guy to write a few of those. I should. Like some real proper journeys, like a minute long chord progression, something like that. What do you think about it? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Benedict, for the £5. What were we asking? Oh, that's happened before. Subspace, yeah. The very first trance track I ever got asked to write without knowing trance, I accidentally wrote. I think I was one note off Binary Finery, or something very close. I didn't know because at the time I'd never heard Binary Finery for my sins. Yeah, that's happened before now. Right, so Benedict, what are you asking? You've been listening to Ricardo Villalobos lately, and you need advice on how to make minimal material work for 10 plus minutes. Woo! Well, the short answer is drugs. Anyone else got any advice on that? It is a minimalist. If we're talking classical, I certainly recommend you study the work of Steve Reich if you want the genius of minimal. It wasn't dance music, but it was early sampling. I used to have an EP of his called Different Trains, which was a beautiful EP. Or maybe that was a track on the EP. Electric Counterpoint, was that the EP? Anyway, the Orb would go on to sample it for Little Fluffy Clouds. Which I thought was interesting, because I didn't think anyone had ever heard of Steve Reich back then. Not the dance scene, anyway. The long answer is more drugs. Oof. Yeah, I'm not the best guy to ask on minimal, I'll be honest. I've had a little play around with my own things. I did a few when someone was asking me to check out Raw Minimal and stuff. I ended up making a little bit of that stuff. I don't know if it's legit minimal though. Well, this one isn't long enough, but yeah, someone was who commented catchy hook, because you probably have to give me a reference, Benedict. See, I think my minimal's not minimal enough, probably for some audiences, because I can't not make it interesting every couple of bars. Wouldn't that be nice if that happened to be a future quote of someone when Bthelick brought back 90s epic trance? But yeah, making minimal last for a long time is it does depend on the audience, which one, which type, and You do need to know what drugs they're on. You really do. You need to, because some of it is very much like, you know, synesthesia, how they see the colors and the shapes, but some of it is just groove, some of it is melodic. Obviously the overall vibe is whatever you've got on repeat, though. Whoever said catchy hook, I know it sounds like a simple answer, but Sarah it was, yeah. It's the simplest and the hardest thing to write at the same time is something that you can repeat for 10 minutes and not get bored of. It's not easy. If it's one bar bass line especially, it would be, you know, this is a 1 bar bass line. Are you a DJ would be my question. Which angle are you approaching this from? Are you a bedroom producer that's you're more a writer than or do you actually DJ as well? Benedict. Oh, so it's micro house, free jazz. Let's have a listen. Do, do, do. Ricardo, is it Villalobos? Is that the first one that comes up? Easy Lee, 12 years ago. There's a set, live set there as well. Actually, let's have a look at the live set as well. Let's just see if I can see who's dancing around or not dancing or swaying or what they're doing. Any shots of the crowd, or is it all DJ booth? Oh, this isn't all him, is it? No. Oh, okay. So it is a bit jazzy. That's house. Any more shots of the crowd? Okay, so it's fairly active, not that minimal. It is groove. It is groove. Someone's having fun with a flanger on that one. There's a good track name. Fun with a flanger. Get on it. Right, what have we got here? Vocoder. I've not done a video on vocoders yet, have I? Anyone want to know how to use a vocoder? Yeah, the triplet hat was cool. When you've got space, you can play around with things like that. If it's the only hi-hat. Okay, I'm going to fast forward a little bit. So your first answer is you need a long idea to develop. That guy bleeds drugs. Is an accurate statement, I imagine. So Benedict, are you a DJ or can you DJ, or are you more bedroom producer? Flange is a rude word in the UK, yes. Well, it can be used as one. Okay, so wasn't expecting percussion there. I like how they didn't even care that the gate was cutting out. It's just part of the lo-finess. Okay, is that a second percussion loop coming in? Or is that just filtering the reverb sound or something to make it bubble? Because the reason I ask if you're a DJ... Okay, right, so you can't, because you're in a wheelchair. A lot of it. Okay. Now let me tell you why I'm... The reason I'm saying that is... A really good thing to practice is with just getting yourself, how far can you get with all the basic DJ tricks? And what I mean by that is, you know, just dropping the bottom end, filters, washouts, you know, with the reverb and things, flanges. How, you know, can you keep... Can you keep interest and the groove going with just like dropping out the bass or the bass part or the low end, or just like two elements, one lead, one bass, just bringing them in and out and then doing some simple effects. Just basically what a DJ could do with two faders, the filter cuts, on the mixing desk, that kind of thing. Because you need to have all of that down first, I think, before you start getting too intricate with. Because I imagine the danger with this stuff is overfilling it. It's a bit like ASMR, isn't it? I hear it like that. It's like you want to take pride in the detail of the small sounds, the details of them, where they're placed. And then it's just a case of like, if you've got a very simple percussion part, then you just literally add one more conga hit to it. Just one hit, not even another conga loop, just one hit. Somewhere groovy, syncopated in the bar somewhere. And that's your next 16 to 32 bars. And maybe you just adjust a reverb on that one hit after it's been added. And then you have to do the other DJ trick, which is bring it back. Obviously, you have to have a breakdown where you strip things, or you do the thing where you tease three separate elements and you never let them actually play at the same time until much, much, much later on. So it feels like a really big payoff. Yeah, there's lots you can do in terms of I've got nice that's called a jaw harp, isn't it? Or is it a synth just on a bandpass? Sounding like a jaw harp. It sounds like a jaw harp. Very long note, sine wave melody type thing. Oh, talk about chord journeys. We've gone on one here. Although the melody is not really, the melody's playing the same notes as the bass, just a few octaves up. It's not really a chord, but again, some are implied, as we talked about earlier. Yeah, so part of it is having a long progression, a long idea, be it chords or some other development that you're going to repeat if you're going to get away with 10 minutes. I mean, having said that, 8-minute plus mixes were common amongst genres that didn't have very long ideas. Techno. So it just depends how good your core idea is. Again, not easy. Can't really advise on any guaranteed formula. Yeah, have you got a controller? Actually, that's a good suggestion, Red King. These things come together much more naturally if you've got a push or anything with faders and knobs in front of you. I've just seen Cooks. Yeah, pissing on someone's chips is probably a northern thing. Yeah. Ironic, given all the best seaside towns are in the south, where you probably have really good fish and chips. Whereas we've just got Whitby. Something like that. No, actually, it's some really good fish and chips up north. But anyway, yeah. There would definitely be gravy on those chips, yes. Whereas down south, they have them pretty dry. Sorry. I love to get... The differences in UK culture across really, really small landmass is something that will forever fascinate me. I do love to get into those discussions. But anyway, to get back down to Benedict's question, yeah. Get yourself a controller if you can. A cheap one will do. And just practice with... did you grab my DJ rack? Move a little closer. Because that's how I made most of these. Not that I know it's not the same. It's not quite. I don't think mine. As I say, I don't think mine's minimal enough. But if you go to my DJ Ableton rack video, oh, are you in Ableton? Sorry, is the next question. But it's basically all these effects. Oh, what's going on here? That one, sorry. That's your low end cut. It's as good as gravy, yeah. That'd be a Wigan saying. Just all those kind of... I'm very hungry as well now. And the worst bit about fish and chips, is all of the shops shut at midday. Is that the same down south? Fish and chip shops are open till like 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. and that's it. Anyway, Benedict, yes. So, oh, you can't use a controller. Are there no specialist ones? Like, I'm trying to think. I know Microsoft made a bunch of accessories for video game players, which were, controllers you can even hold with your chin. there's actually a world-class rocket player that has that can't use a controller that holds it with his face. I don't know how what your situation is. Obviously, sorry, but the idea of the DJ controller is very much maybe you could do it with could you do voice commands? I wonder how you could. I'm not sure what you could do to set that up. That would be a really interesting venture. That there must be something. But regardless, the methodology, the thought of just these simple tricks that you would do with a DJ setup. Obviously, just watch a bunch of sets if you want to get more familiar with them. But there's all there's things you could do with breath as well, breath controllers to MIDI. I'm trying to think of all the non-conventional options for controllers, but oh yes, that's a great suggestion actually, Benedict. Yeah, perform it in session view. I do this all the time. Get your ideas together, drag in a bunch of loops and things into session view. Definitely, because you've got all your stops. You could just set up your different scenes where different things come in and out across up and down the scenes like this. Yeah, and yeah, that's a great idea. You should try that, because that gets you used to grooving with things on the loop, and you'll soon find out whether you're sick of the loop once it's been on loop in session view for a while. So that's a good test. Oh, you use a PS4 to control your laptop. Okay, yeah. Well, you can get. Obviously, I don't know if it's a pain because it takes you out of the operating system, but you can get PS4 to MIDI software. You can definitely map a PS4 to Ableton. Yeah, Red Kings said you can, but as I say, I don't know if that then stops you using Windows. But definitely, if you can, try and have a play with it. But yeah, session view is a great idea. Obviously, you're going to rely. It sounds like in your situation, you're probably relying a lot more on automation. And one quick tip as well, regarding the production of really minimal things, I would definitely suggest grab yourself a free. This isn't the only free one, I think, but I like Textures by Clark Plugins. Basically, anything you pass through it adds either vinyl noise or tape noise, or you could add both. You could just stack them. A little bit of noise, just to. It doesn't, not loud, obviously, very, very low level noise, but not just because it's traditionally an analog genre, or they actually, they do covet that sound, but it does help in terms of filling the silence a little bit, because what we call digital audio black, where there's literally nothing in the space, is actually quite alien to our ears, and it can sound a bit jarring as a production on metallic on minimal stuff when there is literally nothing there but a kick drum. But if you put a tiny bit of noise over a kick drum, suddenly just a kick drum becomes very listenable. So maybe stack up a little bit of the vinyl and the tape. You can just throw them on the master. Again, very, very low level. Check on headphones if you can. But I find that really helps with it not sounding weirdly empty, even though Like you compared to what we just listened to there, sometimes it was just the vocoder, but it wasn't just the vocoder. There was actually some analog noise there to carry us through. So. But speaking of food, I'm going to have to go and get some. And I can't find chips anywhere at this time of night near me. So that's a shame. It'll have to be the leftover curry, which I made myself. The Pope, if you want... Is that a plug data plugin? No, it wasn't. Sorry, Peyton. I missed your question. No, that's just a standard VST, not plug data. It does look like a plug data one, doesn't it? No. It's just a normal VST. Clark Audio Textures, it's called. The Pope, if you want my theme, there's a link below every video. Probably, I'm not sure about the live videos, but literally go to any of my videos. There should be a link on the description to my theme. It's all of this will load up automatically for you. I made it ages ago in either in a Live 7 or Live 8 third-party color editor thing. And I just ended up sticking with it because I hated grey. But yeah, all this will get set for you. You just need to drop the, it's a .ask file. You just need to drop it in your theme folder, which is in your Ableton's install folder in, I think, resources. I can't remember, but you'll find it quite easy. I think there's only 5 folders in the Ableton folder, and it's in one of those. One of those is called themes. Drop it in there. Be the Cook videos. My cooking skills are, well, the way I made the curry was, I realized I had a bunch of spices in the cupboard, which I actually, I really don't know how long they've been in there. I don't know if they were, it was basically a gamble with myself. Either throw them away or use them, and then we'll find out in a couple of days whether they were edible. Just like a sealed paprika, and I had turmeric. I had what else did I have? Anyway, stuff like that. So it just screamed make a curry. So I just my cooking skills were throw chicken onions, peppers in a pot, and then I bought some double cream and almonds and threw them in with all of the spices in my cupboard till it went the right color. Added sugar and stock to make it taste right, and then done. Just reduced it down. I think, yeah, I don't even know what the curry would be called. Probably near a korma or something, because it had cream in it and almonds. So, yeah, that was my cooking skill. Throw it in a pot and leave it for a bit. Yes, best of luck, Benedict, and thank you very much for the donation and the questions, everyone. Donations, should I say, and the questions. Yes. Thanks for everyone for hanging out. I can't do the Twitch thing, can I? Where I raid someone. YouTube doesn't let you do that, does it? Sounds like a great mix down on the curry. Dudum. Very good. Very good. Right. I have to play you out on a random. Yeah, so it's got to be that one. Night night. If you are eating now, enjoy and have a great rest of your evening, I presume, most countries are watching in, or early morning if you're staying up, like I will be.
Move a little closer. You move a little closer. You move a little.
Right, where's my fade out screen?
A little closer. You move.
Take care.
Closer.
Night night.
A little closer.